Hello, hello. I will be with you in just a moment. Okay. Yes. Good evening. Let's see. Um. Nice. We got the Battler music going here, but sadly, it must stop. Let's see. Game capture. Right, I need to change you. There we go. Oh, I need to turn the game sound on. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Last time Beatrice killed Kinzo. Yeah, it's burned in fire. And then Shannon, Cannon, and Genji. Oh. Genji mercy killed everybody. Well, he mercy killed Shannon and Cannon. And then Ronove killed, or mercy killed Genji. And Beatrice was upset, the Seven Sisters were upset. And now they need to go kill two other people. Yeah. Death. Uh-oh. Goda was doing the nighttime rounds. Rakenjima had always been empty, except for the Ushiromiya family household. So, checking that the doors and windows were all closed had no real purpose. However, ever since since the time Natsui had condemned such attitude as being careless, the nighttime rounds had become part of the servants' daily routine. In the first place, Natsui had ordered this because of the occasional witch disturbances. Everyone who came and left this island knew about the legend of Beatrice, the Witch of the Forest. It had become established as this island's characteristic ghost story. Because of that, it was only natural that some people would claim that when they thought they were alone in the mansion, they would hear a strange sound or see the shadow of a person. However, when that created a little too much of a disturbance and reached Natsuhi's ears, he made a fuss, thinking that some suspicious person might have been entering and leaving. Apparently, she had roused all the servants and had them checked throughout the mansion. Because all that panic over the witch had happened before Goda's arrival, he had only heard about it from the more senior servants. Ghost stories like that could be found in any workplace. Even at the hotels and restaurants Goda had worked at, there had been plenty of them. So when he heard about that story on this island, he'd given a forced smile, thinking, ah, so they have that kind of thing here after all. That forced smile aside, he had figured that, when in Rome, do as the Romans do, and had taken it seriously. Goda went along with it on the outside, but in his heart, he'd assumed it to be a childish trick. first, that is.
これは確かに不気味ですね。なるほど。過去の使用人たちがいろいろと騒ぎたくなる気持ちもわかるものです。
This certainly is eerie. Yes, I can see why it was so easy for past servants to get into a panic. He could understand how someone doing the rounds on an eerie night like this might believe they'd seen a ghost. They saw a lace curtain waving in the breeze from a window that hadn't been closed.
肖像画の魔女をバカにするとたたりがあるか。大怪我をして辞めた使用人もいるらしいし、怪我は勘弁だな。俺もこの年だ。二度とこんな厚遇の職場には恵まれねえだろうよ。ああ、肖像画の魔女様、真面目に働きますんで、一つ穏便に頼みます。
So, if you make fun of the witch of the portrait, there is a curse. It seems there was even a servant who received a serious injury and quit. Well, I wouldn't want that. Think of my age. I probably wouldn't be granted a workplace this hospitable again. Witch of the portrait. I'm working sincerely, so please give me some peace. I feel like he just jinxed himself there. Oh, she'll give you some peace. Eternal peace. Goda prayed to the portrait, his hands together, as though he was at a Shinto shrine. At that time, thought he heard a sound. The kitchen? Was that the sound of something metal falling on the floor? Maybe a mouse or a cockroach had come out and knocked over some of the dishes. No, no, how could that be? It was usually cleaned thoroughly. Thinking he'd check out what the noise had really been, Goda entered the kitchen. He turned on the kitchen light. When he did, he heard a strange sound. Clank, 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 clank. To a cook like Goda, the sound felt like the lid on a pressure cooker or something shaking. Surely there wouldn't be a pot on the burner when no one was in the kitchen. Even if someone was using the gas, walking away from it would be quite dangerous. Just in case, Goda decided to inspect the area around the gas range. Uh-oh. Somebody died in here, didn't they?
何ですか? これは?
What is this? When he did, in the corner with the gas range, the pressure cooker really had been set out, just as he'd thought. Hey there, Otavio. How goes it? You have a good Easter weekend, or, well, if you celebrate Easter, or did you do anything special? But the flame wasn't on, and yet the lid was clanking. Something fermenting and leaking gas? Slept a lot, played Xenoblade a lot, was fun. Nice. Nice. I don't know if I could complete a Xenoblade playthrough. I'm just not good at actually completing RPGs. Well, the longer ones anyway. 250 hours in, holy cow. Yeah, I don't know if I could... I don't know if I could commit that much time to an RPG and not get tired of it. Like, I've heard Xenoblade is good, but... And I mean, that sort of made me want to look into it, but... Maybe like I'll watch a playthrough or something. I still have that Tales of Arise hanging over me. I got like halfway through and then never picked it up again. Doing basically everything you can though. You only do story should be way less. True, true. But I mean, I don't know. JRPGs, it feels like you sort of need to do the side stuff, or you won't be leveled enough for the main stuff. Uh, yeah. But I mean, I really like the music that I've heard from Xenoblade. Sounds like they have some really good music. Story's good at variable difficulty. Hmm. I guess could do like an easy playthrough just for the story. Although, I guess the main problem with Xenoblade is that it's isn't that only Nintendo? Sag. Although maybe with an emulator. Hmm. Purposely not using the manual level ups. You can crush everything if you use them. Only Nintendo, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I've heard the story was really good, and like I said, I like the music that I've heard from it, but only Nintendo is not really something I can do. Like I said, just playing an RPG or JRPG is daunting, even on easy mode. Oh, I got so many games. It'll probably never happen. It's just something I like to think about. Time for goading. Got pretty far last game. I don't know. It seems like somebody might have died in the kitchen. So Goda might be safe for now. There's two more slots to fill. We've got 4 deaths so far. And 2 more need to die. Now, if I'm correct about somebody dying in here, that leaves 1 more slot. It depends on whether another person has been killed somewhere else, or if this is going to be a chain kill. Bom, bom, bom. Was something leaking gas? How could that be? Then was there a mouse or something inside? How could there be? Ridiculous. Any guesses? Well, Genji is already dead. Uh, Shannon and Cannon are already dead, so the only other person it could be, I think, is Kumasawa. Yeah, uh, I think actually Goda might die here. Because Kinzo's dead, 3 servants are dead, need 2 more, there are only 2 more servants. And it would be weird just to have Goda alive. So, probably all the servants are gonna die. When people were watching, Goda acted as though he had a bold personality fitting for his build. But he actually had an unexpectedly timid side to him. He was frightened that there might be something inside, and he couldn't bring himself to check it carelessly. In his cowardice, he grabbed a nearby wooden pestle. With a clunk, he tapped it a little forcefully against the side of the pressure cooker. Hmm. The pressure cooker's a little sus. When he did, the clanking sound suddenly stopped. Oh! Oh no! I wonder. I wonder if one of the steaks got trapped in the pressure cooker. Uh-oh. He should have been relieved that it had stopped. But the fact that it had stopped when he'd hit it was even more eerie. It made him even more suspicious about what was inside.
ん、 この世に怪奇現象なんて存在しませんとも。ええ、そんな魔女も魔法もそんなもの存在するわけがない。すべての現象は科学的に説明できるんです。お化けも魔女もいてたまるもんですか。
Hmm. Mysterious phenomena do not exist in this world. Yes, witches and magic, things like that couldn't possibly exist. All phenomena can be explained with science, as if monsters and witches could exist. Sounds like a giant red flag. It do. I wonder. I'm gonna bet that a steak either got trapped in the pressure cooker or is hiding in the pressure cooker, waiting for somebody to look at it as a trick. Now, it'd be strange if it could actually get trapped in there, but at the same time, it would sort of make sense because maybe it needs time to build up speed. He repeated that many times, trying to build up his own confidence. The gap between what he was saying and what he was doing was quite comical.
何が魔女だ、何が魔法だ、たたりだ。そら、正体を見せてみろ。そら。
Who would believe in a witch? Who would believe magic or curses? Come on, show me what you really are. Take that. He removed the lid of the pressure cooker. And lying exposed there was the sparkling clean silver bottom of the pot. Is that really it? There was absolutely nothing frightening like he'd imagined. That's a little sus. It could still have gotten out before he noticed.
そりゃ当然です。中に何もいるわけがない。
It's only natural. There's no way there could have been anything inside. By now, Goda realized that he had been a coward. So while he still had some doubts as to what caused the lid to make that sound, he figured it wasn't a big problem and decided not to worry about it too much. Then he took the lid he'd grabbed and softly set it back down where it had been. It's fine. It won't make a sound. Of course it won't. As if witches or magic could exist. Clink. Clink, 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 clink. Clank, 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 clank. Etc. All of the pots and dishes in the kitchen started clanking at once. Huh? Was I wrong? Is there no steak? It grew even stronger, so that finally the lid to one of the pots fell off. And from inside that pot, a slender white arm reached out. Wait, were they in a different pot? Lids fell off the other pots one after another, and another, and another.
魔女なんかいるもんか。信じるもんか。
As if witches could exist. As if I believe it. When the number of arms grew to 7, a loud, shrill laughter split the air.
がっかり。これほどの美味しいお料理を作れる人がこんな小物なんて本当にがっかり。
What a letdown. Too bad that someone who can make such delicious food is such a lightweight.
あんたいらないなら私がもらうわ。いっただき。
If you don't want him, I'll take him. He's all mine.
ちょっとダメだってば。私がもらうんだから。
Wait, I said no. I'll take him. Well, I was sort of right. Sort of. Come on, let's search. There's only one more. That old hag. Where is she? She isn't in the mansion. What about the guest house? First one wins. First one wins, right? Come on, search, search. Find her, find her. Don't be noticed by the relatives in the dining hall, right? And don't get noticed by the kids in the guest house, right? Search in silence. Kill in silence. After all, it's still just the first twilight. She isn't in the guest house. But she wasn't in the mansion either, right? Hey, I found her. I found her. She's in the rose garden. I mean, I was sort of right. I don't know if there was actually one of the stakes in the pot he opened, but there were stakes in the other pots. Yeah. Why is she standing around there without an umbrella? She's already given up. All mine, all mine, all mine. You blockheads can just sit there and watch. Oh, meant the two for the twilight? Oh, that's true. Yeah, the servants. I told you, no, this one's mine. Come on, if we take any longer, we'll be scolded by Beatrice-sama. Let's take care of it all at once. There, found her, surrounded her. Come on, let's get along and do it all at once, okay? Die! Nani? Holy cow, is Kumasawa actually a badass? You can kind of see which one is saying what. I mean, not really. I can sort of... I mean, I can't really place it quite, but they do sound like individual lines. Huh? What?
何よこれ。
What is this?
やんちゃなお嬢さんたちだこと。あの子のお友達かしら。
What naughty girls. You wouldn't happen to be friends of that child, would you?
何こいつ。ババアのくせに。
Just what is this? This old hag. Kumasawa's actually badass. Poor Goda, yeah. Looks like Goda is the only one without any power.
何かの間違いよ。もう一度。
There's got to be some mistake. One more time. Why can she defend against us?
どいて。もう一度よ。
Move aside. One more time.
何度やっても無駄だ。この個人できる。
No matter how often you try, it won't work. This person is good.
私はあの子を待っているのです。どうか呼んできてはくれませんか？
I am waiting for that child. Would you mind calling for her?
そのようなデッチ暴行、私たちがすると思う？
Do you really expect us to run errands for you like that?
その必要はない。
There's no need.
ベアトリーチェ様。
私が権限するほどでございます。必ずやお目覚めと思いました。
After all, even I have manifested by now. I was certain that you had awakened.
ローノウェイ、久しぶりですね。本当に久しぶりです。
Ronobe, it's been a long time. Yes, truly, a long time.
こいつロノウェ様を呼びつけに。
This person's talking to Ronobe-sama without using Sama.
そしてあなたもお久しぶりですね、ベアトリーチェ。
And it's been a long time since I've seen you too, Beatrice.
こいつ、ベアトリーチェ様までも呼びつけに。
She's not even using Sama for Beatrice-sama.
よい。そのお方をどなたと心得るか。ベアトリーチェとは、そもそもそのお方の名。
Bruh? What?
ベアトリーチェ！
わらわはそれを受け継いだに過ぎぬ。そのお方こそは先代ベアトリーチェ教だ。
Nani? Enough. Don't you know who this is? The name Beatrice itself is hers. I only inherited it from her. This is my teacher, the previous Lady Beatrice. Bruh. I literally can't even right now.
先代ベアトリーチェ教。
The previous Lady Beatrice? Gold butterflies appeared in ones and twos from the Garden of Roses and began to gather around Kumasawa. Then, after she was wrapped in a gold sparkle, she burst and disappeared, and Kumasawa's form was no longer there. Bruh. Instead, there was another golden witch, the one who had once taught the path of an endless witch to Beatrice, and the only person Beatrice ever called teacher. Bruh. I have no words. What the heck? Hey there, Lunar Festival. Enjoying Umineko? It's some good stuff. I am majorly confused. But yes, I am enjoying it. How are you doing? Have a good Easter weekend, or if you don't celebrate Easter, then just a good weekend? Her hair was long, beautiful, and vividly youthful, and her figure in that elegant dress couldn't possibly have been mistaken for an old lady. Imagine getting here previous week and having a cliffhanger. Good, just chilling on Easter? Nice. Yeah, we didn't do a whole lot for Easter. We just sort of, well, Mom made some ham, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with sweet potatoes, but basically, like, I guess she used yams and then marinated them in syrup, like maple syrup, king syrup, whatever. Good stuff. Like I said, had some ham, had some eggs. Real simple thing. And then we went to visit my grandmother. And then I just relaxed. That was yummy. They're quite good. Very sweet. Very tasty. No, this looks like a completely different person from Kumasawa.
これはお師匠様。再びお会いできる日が訪れるとは夢にも思いませんでした。
Well, well, teacher. I never even dreamed that we would meet each other again.
ええ、私もですよ。よもやまた眠りを妨げられるとは夢にも思いませんでした。
Yes, neither did I. I certainly never dreamed that my sleep would be disturbed.
まったく厄介なところでお目覚めになられる。いつもの通りお休みであられたなら、第一の晩を何も手こずることなく終えられるのに。いや、むしろ歓迎すべきですかな。少々退屈しておりましたところで。
Such a troublesome time for you to awaken. If you'd remained asleep as usual, the first twilight could have ended without much trouble. Or perhaps I should be glad you're here. I was just getting a tad bored. What I think of the end of Rose's story? I don't know. I feel like it's possible Beatrice could have survived. But it's also quite possible that she died. I don't know. I don't know what to think, because I mean, human beings can survive the most unlikely things. So, I don't know. I don't want to say 100% that she was definitely dead. Rosa could have just, well, I mean, she was probably in a rush due to thinking that Beatrice died, and she was panicking probably. So she might have missed something, but I don't know. Puts even more pain on Rose's backstory. Imagine killing someone as a child and then just blocking the memory. This is true. This is true. It would sort of make sense that, like, she just stopped thinking at that point and just let her siblings push her around, maybe? I don't know, sort of shut herself up and let herself get pushed around. Which would explain her development, maybe? Yeah. Oh man, I don't know what to think about that. Like, if there's a mysterious mansion in the forest, which I guess they did confirm that in Red, but at the same time, like, I don't know, with all these resets, was that the original setting, or is that just in this game? or rather this round of the game. My brain is melting. Makes sense, she's already around 13. The only reason she ran away is because of the whole pressure on her. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, so I don't know what to make of Rose's story. Like, a lot of this stuff, like I'd said, it depends on whether it's only for the setting of the current round of the game, or if it's like an actual backstory permanent thing. It's so very confusing. I think Rosa even remembers here because the other siblings were talking about a hidden mansion and discussed this. About that she might just have the memory blocked. This is true. We'll just have to continue.
相変わらず悪趣味な遊びで罪もない人々をもてあそんでいるようですね。無限の魔女の力は決して人に迷惑をかけることに使ってはならないと何度も教えたはずですよ。
As usual, it seems you're toying with sinless people in a vulgar game. I believe I taught you several times that the power of the Endless Witch mustn't be used to cause people trouble.
そう言うなよ、お師匠様。退屈は私たちの天敵じゃありませんか。それから逃れるためのちょっとしたスパイスに過ぎませんよ。
Don't say that, teacher. Isn't boredom our natural enemy? This is just a little spice to escape from that.
侵食が進めば進むほどにわらわの力は強くなり、わらわの眷属は呼び出しやすくなる。しかしそれは同時にお師匠様の封印を解くことにもつながったとはな。
The more the corrosion advances, the stronger my power becomes, and the easier it becomes to summon my minions. But who would have thought it would release the seal on you, teacher, at the same time?
それを予見していたからこそ、私はこうしてあなたのすぐ近くで眠りについたのですよ。願わくば二度と起こされぬことを夢見ながら。
It's precisely because I predicted such a thing would happen that I slept so very close to where you were. Though I prayed in my sleep that I would not be woken again.
こうしてあなたと再会してしまったのは、私にとってはとても悲しいことです。
Being reunited with you like this is a very sad thing for me.
相変わらずお師匠様は食えないな。
You were as cunning as always, teacher. I can't really see old Beatrice beating new Beatrice. Huh.
炉の上、家具の子たちを下げなさい。家具は主に仕えるだけです。すべての罪は主が背負います。
Runaway, have that young furniture step back. Furniture only serves its master. The master is responsible for all of her crimes.
かしこまりました、マダム・ベアトリーチェ。
Certainly, Madam Beatrice.
その名はもうその子に譲りました。さあ、下がりなさい、家具の娘たち。私は一度聞かぬとしても二度言います。しかし三度目は口にしませんよ。
I have already passed that name on to this child. Come now, Step back, furniture girls. I may give warnings a second time if you do not listen to the first. However, do not expect to receive a third.
下がりなさい、煉獄の七姉妹。巻き添いになれば塵と化しますよ。
Step back, seven sisters of purgatory. If you get dragged into this, only dust will remain.
下がれ、みんな。
Back, everyone. Ronove and the seven sisters of purgatory retreated. After that, what remained was the Beatrice whose daring expression didn't falter, and the teacher Beatrice, who had given up that name and wore a composed smile.
さーて、お師匠様、久しぶりの再会にはどんなお茶のご用意が良いかな。
Well then, teacher, what tea shall I prepare for our long-awaited reunion?
そうですね。ほうき星の訪れよりも久しい再会です。もてなしてもらいましょうか。粗相があるようならば、我が名と無限の魔女の称号返してもらいますよ。
And that's a bot. And then. Okay. Let's see. This reunion was longer in coming than the visit of Comet. Perhaps I will accept your hospitality. And if it seems a mistake has been made, I'll have you return my name and the title of Endless Witch.
無限の魔女にも免許更新制度があったとはな。仰せのままに、お師匠様。あなたの弟子がどれほど立派になったか。そして、とっくの昔にどれほどあなたを凌駕したか、とくとご覧に入れましょう。
So, even the title of Endless Witch has a license renewal policy. As you wish, teacher. See how splendid your disciple has become, and see how far she surpassed you long ago. Bang. The air between the two Beatrices seemed to explode with sparks. Just by glaring at each other, they purged all spirits from that space. As they watched, the seven sisters shivered. After all, if they had retreated just 3 steps less than they had, they would already have been turned to dust by now.
さあ、いらっしゃい。ベアトリーチェ。あなたにその名を譲ったことが私の生涯でただ一度の後悔です。その過ちを今自らの手で修正しましょう。
So come, Beatrice. Surrendering my name to you is the only regret I have in life. I will now correct that error by my own hands.
そりゃあ違うぜ、お師匠様。わらわのただ一度の過ちは、この程度の力を学ぶのに、あんたに弟子入りしちまったことだぜ。
You've got it wrong, teacher. My only error was becoming your disciple in the hopes of gaining such a puny level of power. Get it?
なんだ魔法だ。何が無限の魔女だ。こんなの気づくだけの力じゃねえかよ。それをもったいぶって偉そうによ。お前の出番はとっくに終わってんだよ、お師匠様よ。
What are you calling magic? What are you calling the Endless Witch? All you've got is a power that can be gained just by noticing, right? And you act as though that's so great and impressive. Your turn's long over, teacher.
もうわけがわからねえ。一体目の前で何が起こってんだ。
I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. What in the world is happening right in front of my eyes? Magic's not real, right? Free! Whatever happened to difficulty level balance?
かわいそう。私の弟子が迷惑をかけています。謝ります。
Poor thing. It seems my disciple is causing you trouble. I apologize. Huh? Original Beatrice is speaking to Battler now. Interesting.
あんた何者なんだ。熊沢のばあちゃんがどうしてこんな姉ちゃんに化けるんだ。つうかあんた誰だよ。わけがわからねえ。これは何の特撮なんだ。俺は頭がどうにかなっちまいそうだ。
Who the heck are you? Why did old Kumasawa turn into a Nei-chan like this? I mean, seriously, who are you? I don't get it. What kind of special effects are these? My head feels like it's gonna explode. Are they also ones?
私はあの子の魔女の師匠です。かつての名はベアトリーチェ。あの子が私を継ぐときにその名を送ったため、今は名を持ちません。
I am the witch teacher of that child. My old name was Beatrice. When that child succeeded me, I gave up that name. So I have no name of my own.
あんたがすでに言い切っちまってるが、俺はあんたの弟子のせいで大いに迷惑しているぜ。頼むから責任取って何とかしてくれ。じゃなくて
Like you said, your disciple has been a real pain to me. Please, take responsibility and do something. No, wait.
俺はこんなの信じねえぞ。魔女も魔法もあるもんか。こんなめちゃくちゃバトル俺は認めねえぞ。くそったな。俺は何を信じりゃいいんだ。
I don't believe in stuff like this. As if witches and magic could exist. I won't accept this messed up battle. Damn it, what should I believe?
「あなたらしいとても短気なもてなしですね。
That's just like you. Hospitality with a very quick temper.
さすがお師匠様。この程度じゃバカバカしくてまぶたを開く気にもならないらしい。島ごとぶっ壊す気でなきゃ無理らしいぜ。さあさあおいでなさい。双剣の戦闘。
I'd expect nothing less from you, teacher. It seems this is so trivial to you. You don't even feel like opening your eyes. Amazing. They actually pointed out that she isn't opening her eyes. But I doubt you'll be able to win unless you're prepared to wreck this whole island, see? Come, arise, shoulder war towers. What? What the heck is a shoulder war tower? What the heck? In response to Beatrice's summons, a terrific earth tremor split the rose garden, and on either side of her shoulders, two massive war towers sprouted and stabbed into the heavens. They stretched up to 100 Naruts tall, and each had over 360 ports. They were war towers of the God's Army Corps, which had prevented even groups of ancient heroes from invading their sacred ground. What the heck? As Beatrice elegantly floated in the gap between the massive two-headed towers, she looked down on her teacher, sneering with a sense of absolute superiority. Just a very random thought, the fighting game includes Runaway, Lucifer, and previous Beatrice as fighters. Okay. Interesting. With the two massive towers lined up behind her shoulders, the witch looked very small, like a butterfly dancing between huge trees. I'm not that interested in playing fighting games myself. I'll occasionally watch somebody play one, but I feel like I should, well, I mean, once, it should probably be after I've gone through all 8 episodes, but I should give that a look sometime. Just like, watch some videos of people playing it.
蝶に化ければ買わせるとか思うなよ。双子塔の弾幕密度じゃあんた虫ピンの昆虫標本どころかめった刺しの針刺し人形だぜ。
Don't think you can dodge it by turning into butterflies, okay? The density of the Twin Towers barrage wouldn't make you just a pinned bug sample. It'd make you a madly stabbed pincushion, right? Spoilers up to episode 8 on it? Yeah, I thought. I mean, I imagine characters are going to be coming back a lot more, and there's probably still some characters to see, of course. And they won't just keep throwing the same things at us, so they've got to come up with more and more. And I imagine they'd have to put all that into the fighting game to make it, you know, actually interesting. So yeah. I don't know if I'll remember, but I really ought to check that out then after we're done. However long it takes to finish this. Over 720 ports opened on the towers, and godly soldiers readied their multi-shot ballistas. Oh boy. Is that the end of your turn?
それが遺言かよ。ぶっ放せ
！Famous last words. Blast away! Toho time for predecessor, yeah. Holy cow! The ballista shots that numbered over 1,000 were all fired at once, drawing a beautiful geometric curtain of death. The boorish sound as the bowstrings were played was probably even deeper than that of a reaper swinging its sickle.
さあさあおいでなさい。墜落せし塔よ。いちなる言語をはぜ、その罪を知らしめよ。
Come, arise, fallen tower. Split the single language and let that sin be known. The Tower of Babel. The sky was stained an incandescent red, and from between the clouds, a blazing, massive tower fell upside down. That massive falling tower and its rubble sucked in the thousands of ballista shots, so that not one of them approached the body of the witch who had summoned it. That's right. No group of people, no matter how large, could approach the mysteries of heaven. That was the reality of the fallen tower.
さすがお師匠様。いちいちやることがでけえや。
As I'd expect from you, teacher. If you do something, you always do it big.
私の手番は終わりませんよ。さあさあおいでなさい。イバルディの息子たち。我にふさわしき槍を与えたまえ。
My turn isn't over. Come, arise, sons of Vivaldi. Bestow upon me a worthy spear. And then I place one trap card face down and end my turn. I just had to. As the massive crimson tower that had fallen made a terrible gold-colored explosion, a massive spear appeared from inside those flames, so tall, like a tower, that you had to look up to see all of it. It was too large even for a giant's hand. That divinely beautiful spear of the gods was so massive, it gave the illusion that the fallen tower had turned into a spear of the same size. It was a spear of certain victory that none could escape.
無用の双子塔ですね。自ら左右の退路を断つとは愚かしい。一本の槍をもお前は防げない。
Looks like your twin towers won't help you now. How foolish to block off your means of escape on both sides. You can't defend against even a single spear. In Norse mythology, the sons of Vivaldi are a group of dwarves who fashioned whatever. The flying ship of Freyr, Gungnir, the spear belonging to Odin, some other stuff put in it. Okay. So is this supposed to be Gungnir? When she snapped her fingers in command, the massive tower-sized spear shot at Beatrice like a lightning bolt. It aimed right for the middle of the center of the Golden Witch's heart with extreme precision, as she danced in the gap between the towers like a butterfly, slicing straight through the air like a flash of lightning.
こんなところでグングニルが弾けるとは。
Okay.
やっぱりお師匠様はすげえな。
Ah, so you used Gungnir at a moment like this. You really are incredible, teacher.
はぜろ役立たずの塔。いでよ巨人兵の戦列よ。その盾と胸で神なる槍を防ぎきれ。
First, useless towers. Arise, giant soldier battle line. Fully block that divine spear with your shields and chests. These people really do be playing Yu-Gi-Oh! I sacrifice my towers to summon giant soldier battle line in defense mode. The shoulder war towers exploded in gold. They became several billion gold butterflies. Those butterflies took the shape of 7 massive armored soldiers. Each stretched a full 50 maruth into the sky. And they lined up in front of Beatrice, protecting their master and holding massive shields that towered like windmills. Don Quixote, where are you? Those are some massive boys. They were as massive as a mountain range, the which behind them was like a small moon hiding behind the mountains. Once in the past, when the massive shields these giants held had been readied by the whole regiment, they had protected King Wilhelm's castle not only from arrows, but from the wind and rain. For when they had faced upwards and held their shields to the heavens, not a single raindrop had gotten through.
愚かな神聖への敬いを忘れた魔女の哀れなことです。神の槍を巨人ごときで防げるとお思いですか？
Foolish. The shame of a witch who has forgotten to respect things sacred. Did you think mere giants could defend against the spear of the gods?
道理ですね。人間の金属でいくら武装しようとも神の槍は防げません。マダムの見事なエポレットメイトです。
Indeed. No matter how much human metal you are armed with, you cannot block a spear of the gods. A wonderful epaulette mate by Madame.
そんなベアトリーチェ様
It's not going to be that easy. No way. Beatrice sama.
もちろん忘れませんともお師匠様。さあさあおいでなさい、ヘパイストスと弟子たち。我にふさわしき盾を与えたまえ。
Of course I haven't forgotten, teacher. Come, arise, disciples of Hephaestus. Bestow upon me a worthy shield. My eyes! A golden whirlwind arose at the feet of the giant soldiers. There was a cloud of countless butterflies. They attached themselves to the massive shields like gold leaf, sparkling like they were a gold mirror. It was the absolute defensive wall given to a goddess by the chief of the gods, the Aegis Shield. When the holy spear, which had left a dignified tail behind it like a comet, crashed into the mountain range of that gold shield, there was a terrible thunderous roar. It was the creaking of the pillars that held up the heavens. The divine spear spun around and around and was sent flying in the direction of the setting sun.
ありえない。真相を防いだ。
Possible. She defended against the divine spear?
いいえ、違います。神なる槍が避けたのです。絶対の槍と絶対の盾は争ってはいけないのが神々の掟。それはつまり防いだのと同じことですがね。
No, that is not correct. The divine spear avoided her. It is the law of the gods that an absolute spear and an absolute shield must never fight one another. Although, in the end, it means the same thing as defending against it.
このような荒事ばかり腕を上げましたね。
Your skills have improved from engaging in these fights so often.
むしろお師匠様はこういうお遊びが相変わらず苦手なようで。わらわからのお返しだ。法典にのっとり、槍には槍でお返ししましょうぞ。
Or rather, it seems you're still as bad as ever at this kind of game, teacher. It's my turn to strike back. I shall follow the code and counter a spear with a spear. The giant soldier battle line, which had fully blocked the divine spear, released its holy gold shields. The shields fell to the earth, making the ground shake. When they did, another gold whirlwind arose. and the 7 gold shields changed their form to 7 massive spears of lightning lying on the ground. At once, each of the giants lifted one of their legs high and firmly stomped on the tips of the handles. As the earth shook with a thunderous sound, the 7 lightning spears spun beautifully and flew up above the giant soldiers' heads. They scattered into a golden splash and began to fall before the giants. Each of the giants squared off, and with the force of their whole body, they kicked and smashed them. The broken pieces numbered exactly 30, and became lightning spears of exactly the same size as the originals, which made 210 for the 7 giants. And all of those burst at once, with each splitting into 30 thorns, for a total of 6,300. They became a barrage of thunderclouds, drawing a beautiful geometric pattern, and then each changed into 3 bolts of lightning, so that 18,900 thunderbolts shot at the predecessor Beatrice. Oh my goodness. Now it's starting to feel like kids making things up. Like, no, my shield beats your spear, and I throw 18,000 lightning bolts at you. Just a couple bullets, just a few, just a tad. I mean, to any Toho player, this is nothing. It's over, Beatrice-sama.
さすがやりますね。まだ
I would expect nothing less from Madame. That bundle of almost 20,000 thunderbolts must have reduced the teacher's body to dust. There had been no resistance. Beatrice knew immediately that she had been fooled. At that time, from the direction that the sun had supposedly set, she felt the impossible rays of sunlight. A brilliant ray of light shone on her profile. It was the figure of her teacher, holding aloft the spear of the gods that had supposedly been repelled a short while ago. She bore a sparkle like the sun on her back, and made it shine on the incarnation of darkness. Is she a vampire? She's sparkling now? As Beatrice watched, she was trapped like a mouse in a cage, cornered in a dead end formed by the giant soldier battle line. By now, the predecessor Beatrice had seized a position directly alongside that line.
これでお遊戯の時間はおしまいですよ、ベアトリーチ。
Playtime is over, Beatrice.
このわらわが側面を許しただと。
Have I exposed my flank? The bold expression hadn't faltered even once, but now it twisted for the first time. Faster than Beatrice could click her tongue, the predecessor Beatrice released the holy spear. As it leapt through the air, it changed its form once more.
さあさあおいでなさい、ドベルグの兄弟たち。我に巨人を砕きし天の鉄槌を与えたまえ。
Come, arise, Vegar brothers. Bestow upon me the giant-smashing iron hammer of heaven.
巨人兵ども、わらわを守れ。何をしているか、ノロマども。
Giant soldiers, protect me. What are you doing, you blockheads? By now, it was no longer a spear, but the whirlwind of a massive hammer that raised a sound like a windstorm as it flew through the air. It was the legendary hammer that had shaken even the king of the frost giants. Mjolnir. So the giant soldiers couldn't escape from that fear. So regardless of how strongly their master ordered them, they couldn't get in the path of that hammer.
バックランクメイト、安らかに眠りなさい。
Back rank mate. Rest in peace. A what now? Is that an actual chess move or something? Or are they just making things up? Oh boy.
しょー
Damn it! Before the whirlwind of that massive chunk of metal, Beatrice was nothing more than a mere speck. The instant the whirlwind started to suck Beatrice in, she appeared to change into a massive war tower. Do you expect the predecessor to actually win? I don't know. I don't feel like she can win. There's gotta be a catch. It can't be over like that. The iron hammer smashed the war tower, scattering tremendous amounts of rubble, but it did not reach she who had escaped behind it. Furthermore, when the smoke started to settle, the war tower had sucked in the massive iron hammer without crumbling, and blocked the way. I feel like it's cheating that she used another war tower. Like, for every attack and defense, there's been something different. And now she goes back to a war tower? Even the giant smashing iron hammer couldn't break through the final tower protecting the witch. However, this war tower was actually the witch's last trump card. It was a war tower for dodging, could only save her from danger once. Okay. But this tower was impregnable. No weapon could break through it. At that time, the moon disappeared. As Beatrice hid in the shadows of the giant soldier battle line in the war tower, she looked up at the sky. When she did, inside the moon was the figure of a massive horse ridden by the god of war and death. The predecessor Beatrice rode the horse with him. His cloak had blocked the moon and swallowed it in an eerie shadow, and the spear of the gods was in his hand once more. In other words, it was a godly knight who had jumped over the ramparts formed by the giant soldiers in the war tower, attacking from the heavens. Smothered, mate?
やられた。
You got me.
スマザードメイト、楽しかったですよ、ベアトリーチェ。
Smothered mate. It was fun, Beatrice. The struggle to the death between the two witches with the same name is over. Really? Press X to doubt. The spear that had been launched from the heavens pierced the ground. The giant soldier battle line and the war tower split up into countless gold butterflies, wrapping the area in a gold-colored storm. Then came the sound of thunder, the sound of falling rain and wind. If you looked around, the rose garden was empty. The butler and the rest were watching the two witches confronting each other, but Beatrice alone had changed. She had been pierced straight through by the spear, from the base of her neck and her right shoulder to her left buttocks, unable to even reach the ground with her feet, horribly exposed like a pitiful pinned butterfly, tormented by the wind and rain.
ベアトリーチェ様。
さすが恐ろしいお方です。
As expected, a truly fearsome person.
これで決着です、ベアトリーチェ。
That settles it, Beatrice. Sawa OP. I guess this is the first time we've seen Beatrice bleed. I mean, not counting the story of her dying on the beach. Beatrice wore a bitter smile of false courage, but a strand of blood dangled from her mouth, making her look even more pitiful.
無限の魔女の称号と力、そしてベアトリーチェの名を今こそ返してもらいましょう。無限の魔女を語るにはお前は未熟が過ぎます。
The title and power of the Endless Witch. You will return them to me now, along with the name Beatrice. You are too immature to call yourself an Endless Witch.
やめて、許しておくれよ。もうちょっとふざけただけじゃねえかよ。
Ah, forgive me, teacher. I was just fooling around, okay?
あなたから我が名を奪います。元の姿に戻してあげましょう。過ぎたる力を手放し、己にふさわしい生を全うするがよいでしょう。
I will take my name back from you. I shall return you to your original form. Perhaps you should relinquish this power which is beyond you, and live a life suitable for yourself. I still say there's gotta be some kind of upset. It can't be this easy to beat her.
さあさあ、思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Come, try to remember. What form did you have? The predecessor Beatrice began to recite the words of power. When she did, small gold butterflies gathered near the skewered Beatrice and began to swarm about her. Like butterflies sucking the nectar out of flowers, they began to suck the magical power out of Beatrice. And it seemed to cause her intense pain. A cry of anguish issued from Beatrice's mouth. She no longer had any power to resist it.
さあさあ、目を閉じてごらんなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Come, try closing your eyes. Try to remember. What form did you have?
さあ、ベアトリーチェ、あなたも私と一緒に復唱なさい。一緒にお歌を歌いましょう。そうすればすぐに終わりますね。あなたの苦痛が少しでも早く終わります。
Come, Beatrice. Repeat it with me. Let us sing a song together. Then it will be over soon. Let us end your pain as fast as possible.
そうだな。お師匠様と一緒にお歌を歌うなんて、どれくらいぶりかな。
has it been since I've sung with you, teacher?
さあ一緒にさあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Come, together now. Come, try to remember. What form did you have?
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。
Come, try to remember. What form did you have? When the two of them began to recite the same song, more and more gold butterflies danced around, swarming around Beatrice.
大丈夫ですよ、お嬢様。あなたは私の弟子であることを失いますが、私の仕えるお嬢様であることに変わりはありません。
It will be all right, milady. You will lose your place as my disciple, but that will not change the fact that you are the lady I serve.
そうしたらまた一緒にご本を読んで差し上げましょう。リンゴのパイを焼いて差し上げましょう。昔のように。さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。
After that, I shall read a book for you again. I shall bake you apple pies once more, just like it was long ago. Come, try to remember. I swear, all of a sudden there's gonna be like some kind of... she's gonna get stabbed in the back or something, or the spell's gonna go horribly wrong.
ああ思い出してごらんなさい。そろそろ思い出せてきたかな。なあ、お師匠様。
Yes, try to remember. Are you finally starting to remember? Hey, teacher. Yep, here it comes.
あんたの後ろにあるそれ思い出したかな。
Did you remember that thing behind you?
何ですかこれは。
What is this? Yep, there she goes. When the predecessor Beatrice looked behind her, there was an eerie hedgehog curled up there. No, it was herself. There was another predecessor Beatrice whose whole body had been packed with ballista shots, lying there like a pincushion doll.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどんな姿をしていたのか。違うか。
Come, try to remember. What form did you have? Or maybe that's not right.
さあさあ思い出してごらんなさい。あなたがどうやって殺されたのか。
Come, try to remember. How were you killed? The predecessor Beatrice was stunned. Her form gradually began to fade away.
これはいつの間に。
This is... When did you...
最初に呼んだのは双剣の塔ではない。四つ子の塔だったのよ。お師匠様の左右はるかに潜んだ隠し塔が描くセブンスランクルークの死の境界線を、お師匠様はのこのこと踏み越えてきてくれた。
At the beginning, I did not summon a pair of shoulder towers. There were 4 towers. Teacher, you carelessly stepped across the 7th rank rook boundary of death created by the two hidden towers, which were lurking in the distance on either side of you. Once again, it's just like little kids making up how they're beating each other with their imagination. Like, no, actually, I beat you way back before because I had these hidden trump cards that nobody even mentioned.
チェックの発生が遅れてしまったことだけはマナー違反。率直に謝ろうぞ。
It was bad manners of me to say check this late. I simply must apologize. The battle had been decided at the very beginning. It had been over since the time the predecessor had leaned forward, readying her holy spear to attack Beatrice, who had been wedged between her shoulder towers. The hidden towers lurking on either side had bathed her in a windstorm of ballista shots from 720 ports on both sides, pinning and killing her. However, Beatrice hadn't wanted it to be resolved like that. She had wanted to let her teacher take her next move, and had continued acting as though the game was still on. He had immediately revived her with the endless power, and had made her continue the game as though nothing had happened. Then, the predecessor slowly remembered that she had already been killed, and began to vanish completely. When she did, the spear that had pierced Beatrice also vanished. Beatrice finally landed on the ground. There wasn't even a trace of a scar.
楽しかったぞ。お師匠様。また遊びたくなったらいつでも蘇らせてやるよ。それで適当に遊んだら死体だったことをまた思い出させてやるからさ。
It was fun, teacher. If you want to play again, I'll revive you anytime. And once we've had some fun, I'll make you remember that you're a corpse again. Yeah, Beatrice had mentioned it before. We have no spear, giant's hammer, no, boring. And I feel like that's... I feel like that's a pretty BS death. Like... I don't know. It just doesn't sit right. Like, as her teacher, I could see Beatrice surpassing her after time, but I think it should have been much closer. Or something. Not like, oh, I've already won since the first move. That just seems sort of lame. Like, her teacher should be more powerful. Beatrice playing dirty, never. I mean, I can totally see Beatrice playing dirty. It's just, I expected more from her teacher. Not dying immediately. I don't know. And I mean, like, she just died. Like, there's no, I don't know. Yeah. Sort of a letdown.
No?
I mean, that was really epic and all that, but just, like, the ending. I don't know.
ちゃんとあんたの言いつけは守ってるぜ。
Beatrice mentioned that the predecessor was never good at these. I mean, that's true. But... I mean, it seemed like she was fine at playing them. It's just... Oh, she missed one hidden move. Yeah. I mean, without the towers there, she lost. But I don't know. I was thinking maybe that predecessor Beatrice could have went easy against her in the past, and maybe now she was fighting with everything she had, which would surprise the current Beatrice. I don't know. Such a badass entrance, and then defeated so easily. I hate it. I hate it.
おもちゃは遊び終わったらちゃんとおもちゃ箱にしまいましょうってな。
See, I did everything you told me to, right? Didn't you tell me to always put my toys back in their boxes when I'm done playing with them?
楽勝でございますかな。
Was it an easy victory?
愚かに新章だ。四つ子島で騙せてなかったら死んでおったのはわらわの方よ。さすがはお師匠様だが、これで胸が張れるというもの。
You fool, it was a tough one. If I hadn't tricked her with the 4 towers, I would have been the one dead. As I'd expect from teacher. But now I can stand proud. Okay, so she's pretty much admitting that, yeah, without the trick of the towers, the teacher was fine at playing this game. Like, maybe she's no super expert, but without the towers, she'd be dead. But still, like, how did the teacher not notice those towers or anything? Ah! Little kid logic at its finest. But actually, I win. No, I win.
わらわは今こそお師匠様を完全に超えたとな。
Answer magic, yeah.
ロノウェ、お師匠様の亡骸をもう少しマシにしておけ。わらわもそこまで敬意を失ってはおらぬでな。
Now I have completely surpassed teacher. Run away. Clean up teacher's remains a bit. I haven't lost my respect for her that much.
かしこまりました。今宵の第一の晩は少々派手に暴れすぎました。少しは片付けも必要でしょう。すぐに取り掛かります。
Certainly. Tonight's first twilight became a little too riotous. A little cleanup will be necessary. I shall see to it immediately.
ヤギたちよ、お片付けの時間ですよ。
Goats, it is time to clean up. When Ronobe snapped his fingers, blazing, sparkling eyes began to blink open in the shadows and darkness, becoming goat-headed attendants that appeared one after another. Last 2 games it was just a cutscene, here it's 2 full chapters. Yeah. Oh wait, what do you mean it was a cutscene? I'm confused. Oh, you mean how the... Oh, okay. I see what you mean. The first Twilight. Yeah, first Twilight mean. One by one, they wordlessly stood at attention in a line behind Ronove's back.
この度は6人の遺体をどのようにいたしますか？また密室形式に。
This time, what shall be done about the 6 corpses? Another closed room pattern?
わらわは今それを考える気分にない。ロノウェに任す。バトラーを悩ませるようなとびっきりの密室を頼むぞ。
I'm in no mood to think now. I will leave it to you, Ronove. An extraordinary closed room to torment Battler, if you would.
かしこまりました。それではとびきりの。
Certainly. Then it shall be extraordinary.
それ、バトラーはどこだ？バトラー、わらわの大活躍見た？
Oh, I'm dying black. Okay. Okay, where's Battler? Battler, did you see my big moment?
くっしょー、今のめちゃくちゃな魔法の嵐を見せつけられて、俺は何を否定すればいいんだ。
Damn it. After being shown that screwed up magical storm, what can I deny?
魔女はいるも何も、あんなドッカンドッカン凄まじいファンタジーを見せつけられて、今の俺は何を否定すりゃいいんだよ。もうわかんねえ。前回もそうだが、このイーカス的なマジカルバトルをどう否定すりゃいいんだよ。
Forget just witches existing. After being shown that tremendous, flashy fantasy, what can I deny now? I don't get it anymore. It was like that last time, too. How can I deny these awesome, wonderful, magical battles?
だよな。こんなの見ちまったらもう言い逃れはできねえもんな。さあバトラー、とんでも推理を聞かせてくれよ。
Isn't that right? After watching this, you can't talk your way out of it, right? Okay, Battler. Let me hear some ridiculous reasoning. Yeah. It's time for Mental Gymnastics 100.
お嬢様、笑いに品がございませんよ。
Milady, your laugh is becoming undignified. But yeah, like, if you directly show Battler magic, then what is the point of the game? I mean, it leaves him pretty much no room for doubt. It's just it's a forced checkmate. Or stalemate or whatever.
おお、これはすまぬ。しかしわらわの責任ではないぞ。何しろバトラにキューッと両目を固く閉じてキリキリギリギリ歯ぎしりするなんとも悔しそうなその表情を見せられると、自然とわらわの口からこぼれてしまうものでな。
Oh, my apologies. But that isn't my fault. After all, if Battler tightly closes his eyes, grinds his teeth, and shows me that ever so bitter expression, it just automatically slips out of my mouth, you see.
さあバトラ様、プ くじけずにテーブルへお戻りを。お嬢様はマトラ様の反撃を期待されておりますよ。
So, Battler-sama, why don't you return to the table without losing heart? Milady is expecting your counterattack, you see.
ふざけるな。何をどう反論すりゃいいってんだ。
Quit messing with me. How the hell can I make a counter-argument?
まずあの塔が地面から生えてきたあたりからもうめちゃくちゃだろうが。実は六軒島の地下に合体変形巨大ロボの秘密研究所でもあって、ボタン一つでおかしな塔が生えてくるってのか。ああ、それならあのでけえ巨人どもはきっとロボットだぜ。あるいは悪の秘密結社のメカ怪獣かもな。
In the first place, everything was already screwed up when that tower sprouted up out of the earth. Should I say that under the ground in Rockinjima, there's a secret laboratory for building super alloy combining robots or something? And that pushing a button can make these strange towers sprout up? Right, and then those huge giants must be the robots. Or maybe an evil secret association's mecha monsters. We mecha now, boys.
わけわかんねえよ。俺に話しかけるんじゃねえ。うわー
I don't get it. Don't talk to me.
ほらほらほらほら、泣くなよ。魔法でドッカンドッカン。そなたが望むなら好きだって砕くし、水星を雨のようにだって降らすさ。お前好みのムチムチ姉ちゃんで島を埋め尽くしてやってもいいんだぜ。
Beatrice, what the heck? Look, 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 look. Don't cry, okay? Bang, bang, it's magic. If you want, I'll crush the moon and make comets fall like rain. I can even bury the whole island in those massive-breasted Nachans you like so much. See?
さあさあ、ほらほらほら、わらわの出番は終わったぜ。受け手をさせよ、反撃しろよ。できねえだろ。できねえのは船長も承知よ。お前こういうのダメだもんな。こういうファンタジー本当は大好きなんだもんな。
Come on, come on. Look, look, look. My turn's over, see? Show me your response. Launch your counterattack. You can't, can you? Except there's a quadrillion things you can't do. You're useless against this, right? You actually like this kind of fantasy, don't you?
知ってんだよ。今時こんなの巷にいくらでも溢れてるじゃねえか。漫画に小説、アニメに映画。10代くらいのガキンチョたちがおかしな特殊能力いっぱい持ってて、世界の命運かけてドッカンバッカンやるやつ。
I get it. That's been going around on the streets lately, hasn't it? In manga and light novels, and anime and movies. Some teenage brats get a whole bunch of strange special abilities, and they blow up all sorts of stuff with the fate of the world on the line. I love how she puts that. And they blow up all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
お前も大好きだもんな。知ってんだよ。隠すなよ。大好きじゃねえかよ。そのお前の大好きなやつがちょいと目の前で披露されただけじゃねえかよ。
You love that too, don't you? I know, don't hide it. You love it, right? Yeah. Hasn't the thing you love just been displayed before your very eyes?
どうして漫画やアニメのそれは信じてくれるのに、わらわのだけ信じてくれねえんだよ。信じ じろよ、信じろよ、信じちまえよ。反論なんかできねえさ。こうして見せられちまったんだからな。
Why do you believe it in manga and anime, but you won't believe in me? Believe it. You can't argue back. Not after you've been shown something like this, right?
ほらほらほらほら、返事をしろよ。思考はいらねえ。素直にごめんなさいベアトリーチェ様って言やいいんだよ。ほらほら言ってみろ。ごめんなさいベアトリーチェ様って言ってみろよ。言えよ言えよ、恥ずかしがるなよ。
Look. Answer. You don't need to think. You can just obediently say, I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Look. Try saying it. I'm sorry, Beatrice-sama. Try saying it. Say it. Don't be embarrassed. Now 6 in the morning. My eyes! It's so bright! There would have been no way to tell that morning had come without opening a window and looking up at the cloudy sky, which had become a tiny bit lighter. It wasn't a refreshing morning. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, which hadn't stopped falling since last night, and the howl of the wind.
とても朝とは思えないわね。私たちの心をそのまま示したひどい天気よ。
It's hard to imagine that it's morning. This horrible weather speaks for our hearts.
なら随分穏やかじゃねえか。雨は降れど、槍が降らねえだけマシだぜ。
Hey, it could be worse. At least it's just rain and not spears falling from the sky.
Bruh.
雨が降ろうと槍が降ろうとドンと来いっちゅうとこやな。もう6時かいな。はあ、これで十分とちゃうか。あとは謎の19人目ベアトリーチェが動いてこんことには手の打ちようもないわ。
Oh, whoops. Yeah, I was muted. Whether it's rain or spears, it's coming down with a bang. Is it already 6 o'clock? Oh. Isn't this enough? After this, we've got no measures we can take till the mystery 19th person, Beatrice, makes her move.
そういうことだ。だが、向こうが撃ってくるだろうほとんどの手は想定できたはずだ。
True. However, I believe we have anticipated every trick they might use against us.
Nope.
そうね。兄弟の中に裏切り者さえ現れなければ、私たちは大抵の事態に対応できるはずよ。
That's right. As long as a traitor doesn't appear among the siblings, We should be able to deal with most situations.
もうこの話は終わりにしましょう。結局徹夜しちゃったわね。眠いわ。
Haven't we talked about this enough? We stayed up all night. I'm tired.
そうですね。朝食をとったら一度お休みになられてはいかがですか？
You're right. How about taking a little rest after eating breakfast?
良い提案だ。この年に徹夜は応えるよ。
A good plan. Staying up all night is trying at our age. As they all stretched, they enjoyed this unrefreshing morning as best they could.
顔でも洗ってこようぜ。きっとひでえ辛さ。
I'll go wash my face or something. I probably look horrible.
何このひどい匂い。
What is that awful stench? As soon as they exited into the corridor, Kyrie openly made a disgusted expression.
どうしましたか？
What is it?
ねえ、何かひどい匂いがしない？
Hey, don't you smell something awful?
ん？なんやこの匂いは。こらたまらんで。
What is this stench? I can't stand it. After hearing those complaints, everyone stuck their heads out into the corridor. The stench was faint, but once people started commenting on it, it was clearly noticeable. Each of them went into the corridor, relying on their own sense of smell to tell them where this strange odor was coming from.
一体何事でしょう？現時に対応させましょう。きっともう使用人室に来ていて、朝の準備をしているはずです。
What in the world could it be? Let us have Genji deal with it. I believe he should already have arrived in the servant room to begin the morning preparations.
頼む。まさかあのゴーダに限って、こんな匂いをさせる朝食を作っているとは思いがたいのだがね。
Indeed, please do. At the very least, it's difficult to imagine Goda making a breakfast that would cause such an odor. Rudolph and the others searched for the source of the smell and determined that it was coming from underground, from the boiler room. But the door was locked, and they couldn't check inside. At the same time, when Natsuri's group was on its way to search for someone in the servant room, they noticed something strange near the parlor.
何ですか、これは。
What is this?
ひどいいたずらだわ。誰がこんなことを。
What a horrible prank. Who would do something like this? On the door to the parlor, drawn in a paint that looked like blood, was a strange thing that looked like a magic circle.
厨房にはまだ誰も来てないわ。何よそれ。
There's no one in the kitchen yet. What is that? Ava's group, who thought the smell might be coming from the kitchen, had returned after confirming that no one was there, that preparations for breakfast had not yet begun. Then they noticed the change to the parlor.
ダメだな。ボイラー室は鍵がかかってる。ボイラーの故障とかそういうのだとまずいんじゃないのか？使用人は誰かいたか？
It's useless. The boiler room's locked. Wouldn't that be bad if something went wrong with the boiler? Has anyone spotted a servant?
その悪趣味な落書き、ここにもあるの？ボイラー室の扉にもあったのよ。
Is one of those vulgar scribbles here too? There was another one on the door to the boiler room.
なんやって？この薄気味悪い落書きがここだけじゃなく他にもあるっちゅうんか。 まさか森の魔女ベアトリーチェの宣戦布告っちゅうわけやないやろな。
What's that? This creepy scribble isn't just here, but it's in other places too. Huh. You don't think this is the Witch of the Forest, Beatrice's declaration of war, do you? Hideyoshi tried to make fun of it, but staring at this creepy magic circle while listening to the wind and rain really made it seem like a message from the witch. The dripping, bright red paint made one think of blood, which made it even creepier. Hideyoshi tried to open the door, but it had been locked. As a general rule, the parlor wasn't locked. Someone had gone out of their way to lock it.
これはどういう私たちが食堂で話し合いをしている最中に誰かがこっそりとこの落書きを残したというの。客間とボイラー室の扉に。
What does this mean? Could it be that while we were talking in the dining hall, someone secretly left this scribble? On the doors to the parlor and the boiler room?
どうせ使用人の仕業よ。私たちはずっと一緒だったのよ。全員にアリバイがある。おそらくお父様に何かおかしな指示を受けてこんないたずらをしたのよ。
I'm sure the servants are behind this. We were together the whole time. We all have alibis. They probably received some strange order from father and pulled this prank.
昨日のマリアちゃんの手紙の件も含めて使用人連中が親父の手先になって何かを企んでる可能性は十分疑えるからな。とにかくみんなどこにいやがるんだ。まさかかくれんぼってわけでもねえだろうに。探そうぜ。
There's also the case yesterday with Marie-chan's letter. It's really easy to suspect that the servants are acting on Dad's orders and planning something. Anyway, where is everyone? They can't be playing hide and seek. Let's look for them.
それより私は子供たちが気になるわ。無事よね。私確かめてくるついでにゲストハウスに使用人の人がいないか見てくるわ。
Before that, I'm worried about the children. They are safe, right? I'll go and check. And while I'm there, I'll see if there aren't any servants there.
なら手分けだな。ゲストハウスにガキどもの様子を見に行く間、俺たちは屋敷の中を調べてみよう。
Then let's split up. While you go to the guest house to see how the brats are doing, we'll investigate inside the mansion.
考えたくはねえが、こんな薄気味悪い落書きがここだけってことはねえかもしれねえ。
I don't want to think about it, but maybe these creepy magic circles aren't just in the places we found them already.
親父殿のおかしなゲームに巻き込まれているのかもしれんな。私は親父殿のところへ行って事情を聞いてみよう。まあ素直に話を聞いてくれるとは思えんがね。
We might be wrapped up in some bizarre game of fathers. I will go to him and hear the situation, though I doubt he'll obediently listen to me. The adults split up. As a result, they confirmed that the 4 children were safe in the so-called cousin's room on the 2nd floor of the guest house. They had apparently stayed up late last night playing. All of them were snoring loudly, so Rosa decided not to wake them. Furthermore, Nanjo, who had returned early the previous night to rest, was also safe. It seemed he believed in the phrase, early to bed, early to rise, and had awoken refreshed. During that time, Kyrie and Hideyoshi searched for the servants, but they didn't find them. The servant room in the guest house was also empty.
子供たちは無事よ。みんな夜更かしのしすぎね。
The children are safe. They all stayed up too late last night.
使用人室は空っぽや。勤務表を見ても早番は6時からってことになっとる。もうお勤めをしてなきゃならん頃や。
The servant room is empty. I looked at the shift chart, and the morning shift begins at 6. They should have started working by now.
仮眠室も空っぽよ。布団を抜け出した跡はあるけど、暖かくはなかったわ。
The nap room is also empty. There were signs that a futon had been slept in, but it wasn't warm.
こら、クラウス兄さんたちの想像が当たったんとちゃうか？多分お父さんの指示で仕組んだゲームなんや。あの不気味な落書きを残してどこかに姿を隠して、わしらに何かをさせたいに違いないんや。
Hey, isn't everyone's reasoning right on this? This is probably a game Father set up. He must have left those creepy scribbles and hid himself somewhere, trying to make us do something.
遺産や家督を誰が引き継ぐにふさわしいか確かめようっていうことですか？いくらなんでもそれは。
Are you saying he's trying to see who's fit to succeed his wealth in the headship? Isn't that a bit...
いいえ。お父様だったらそういうことをしてもおかしくないかもしれない。
No. It might not be strange if Father was behind something like that.
何しろお父さんは大仕掛けが大好きや。例の碑文を大広間に掲げた時から練りに練った計画だったのかもしれへんで。
After all, Father loves doing things on a big scale. This might have been a finely tuned plan starting as far back as when the epitaph was hung in the hall.
ならゲームの開始宣言、もしくはゲームの説明などがあったりはしないのかしら。マリアちゃんに渡したような紋章入りの封筒が出てきても良さそうだけど。
In that case, I wonder if they'll give us an announcement of the game or some explanation of it. It would certainly be nice if an envelope with the crest, like the one handed to Maria-chan, were to appear.
そうね。ひょっとすると屋敷で兄さんたちがそれを見つけたかもしれないわね。
That's right. Maybe Nissan and the rest have found something like that in the mansion.
南條先生、あんたなんか聞いてませんか？
Dr. Nanjo, have you heard anything about this?
申し訳ありませんが、私にも何が何だかさっぱりです。ただ、なるほど。金蔵さんが何かを企んで大仕掛けを打つことは私にも容易に想像できます。
My apologies. I have no idea what's going on. And yet, yes, certainly. I could easily imagine Kinzo-san planning something on a big scale.
一度屋敷に戻らんか。なんか向こうで見つけたかもしれんで。
Shouldn't we go back to the mansion for now? Maybe they found something over there.
あ、お邪魔でなければ私もご一緒いたしましょ
う。If I won't be in the way, I shall go too.
私はここに残るわ。上にマリアたちが寝てる。何が起こってるかわからないんだもの。子供たちを放ってはいけないわ。
I'll stay here. The children are sleeping upstairs. We don't know what's happening. We cannot leave them alone.
そうね。私もローザさんとここで留守番してるわ。うちの人にそう伝えていただけませんか？
That's right. I'll stay with Rosa-san and watch over the place. Would you tell that to my husband? Rosa and Kyrie remained in the guest house. Hideyoshi went with Nanjo and returned again to the mansion. At the same time, in the mansion, in a way that was hard to believe, or maybe we should say in a way that gave him a bad feeling, Rudolph's prediction was spot on. The same magic circle graffiti that had been drawn on the doors to the boiler room and the parlor had been found in multiple places throughout the mansion.
兄貴、親父の方はどうだ?
Aniki, how's Dad?
いや、ダメだ。何の反応もない。一応扉に耳も当ててみたのだが、何の気配も感じなかった。
It was no use. I received no response. I tried putting my ear against the door, but I couldn't sense anyone.
使用人の姿はどこにもありません。一体どこへ姿を消したのやら。
There's no sign of any of the servants. Where in the world did they disappear to?
冗談じゃないわ。お父様も使用人も姿を消し、屋敷中のあちこちにおかしな魔法陣だらけ。一体何が起こってるっていうのよ。
This isn't funny. Father and the servants are hiding, and there are strange magic circles all over the mansion. What in the world is happening? There weren't only magic circles on the door to the boiler room and the door to the parlor. There were 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor, for a total of 5. They were all the same magic circle, and all of the doors had been locked, so they couldn't check inside the rooms.
とにかく、まずはボイラー室を何とかしよう。何かの故障で火事になったりとか、爆発したりとかしたら大変だ。となりゃ、鍵だな。
Anyway, let's do something about the boiler room first. It'd be bad if something broke down and caught fire or exploded, so we need the key.
使用人室にキーボックスがあったはずです。
It should be in the key box in the servant room. They fished through that key box. Because each of the servants carried their master keys around, those weren't kept here. However, all of the individual keys should have been there.
よくもこれだけぎっしりと鍵があるものだよ。
I can't believe they managed to fit so many keys in there.
ないわ。何度探してもボイラー室の鍵が見つからないわ。
It isn't here. No matter how much we look, the key to the boiler room isn't here.
見ろよ、姉貴。例の魔法陣の書かれた部屋の鍵だけが、きれいにぽっかりと抜けてるぜ。
Look, Aniki. Only the keys to the rooms with those magic circles drawn on them are totally missing.
本当ですね。これは困りました。
It's true. How bothersome.
まるで魔法陣の部屋に入ってほしくないかのようね。いいえ、わざわざ魔法陣でアピールしてるんだから入ってほしいのかしら。
It's as though someone didn't want us to go into the rooms with the magic circles. No, they went to all the trouble of making those magic circles obvious, so maybe they wanted us to enter.
俺は後者だと思うぜ。扉をぶち破るのは映画じゃあるまいし無理だろう。窓を破ればなんとかなるかもな。
I think it's the latter. This isn't a movie, so breaking down the door is probably impossible. Smashing a window might do the trick, though. What do you mean, breaking down the door is impossible? I mean, get an axe or something. Surely there's an axe somewhere in here. I don't know. For a while, Kraus pondered over whether the situation really called for smashing a window. At that time, Hideyoshi and Nanjo returned. There was nothing strange in the guest house, and the children were safe. Fair, but windows way easier, probably. through. Although with the window, you have to watch out for shards of glass. They told the others that Rosa and Kyrie had stayed to watch over the place.
おはようございます。何やらおかしなことになったそうですな。
Good morning. I heard that something strange has happened.
おはようございます、南條先生。早朝から起こしてしまったようで申し訳ありませんが。
Good morning, Dr. Nanjo. I apologize for waking you so early in the morning.
なんや、手紙の類は見つからんのか。わしはてっきりそういうのが見つかったとばかり思っとったんや。
What is it? Did you find a letter or something? I was sure you'd have found something like that by now.
そうね。私もこれはお父様の壮大な冗談か何かのゲームだと信じてる。でもそうなら必ずそれを伝える手紙があるはずよね。マリアちゃんに手紙を与えたように。
You're right. I also believe this to be a massive joke or game of Father's. But if that's the case, there should be some letter telling us about it. Like the letter that was given to Maria-chan.
ゲーム開始宣言はまさにあのマリアちゃんの手紙だったのかもしれねえぜ。碑文の謎を解いてみろとすでにゲームの内容は示されてるさ。
What if Maria-chan's letter was actually the announcement, telling us that the game was on? The rules of the game, try solving the riddle of the epitaph, have already been made clear.
なら、屋敷から5つも見つかった魔法陣にはどんな意味があるというのかね。姿の見えない使用人もだ。
Then what might the 5 magic circles we found in the mansion represent? And the missing servants?
夏日姉さん、使用人って今日は全部で何人いたかしら。
Natsuya-san, how many servants were there today in total?
現地に合田に5人ですが何か。
Huh? Genji, Goda, 5 of them, but why?
使用人が5人、魔法陣も5つか。偶然だろうが気になるな。
So there are 5 servants. There are also 5 magic circles. Probably a coincidence, but I don't like it.
兄さん、窓を破りましょう。中を確認するべきだわ。
Nissan, let's break a window. We should check and see what's inside.
仕方ないな。綺麗に頼むよ。
We have no choice. Do it neatly. Kraus made his decision and gave permission to smash a window. And he decided that the first room they would break into should be the parlor on the first floor, where the windows would be the easiest to reach. They had hoped to peek in through the window, but the curtains were drawn so they couldn't see inside. Rudolph wandered around the garden, trying to find something that would be good for smashing the window. Eventually, he found a rock bigger than a fist and came back.
全部割ることはないわよ。鍵が回せる程度に開けてくれれば十分。
You don't have to smash the whole thing. Just open it enough so that you can reach the lock.
あまり期待には添えないかもしれないぜ。
Don't get your hopes up, okay? Rudolph raised the rock and hit the glass with it several times. Eventually, he succeeded in opening a hole big enough that he could unlock it from the outside. Covering his hand with a handkerchief, he stuck his hand through that hole and cautiously unlocked it.
後でガムテープで塞いだ方がいいだろうな。雨が吹き込んじまうぜ。
We should probably cover it with packing tape later. The rain will get blown in. When he suddenly opened the window, the wind and rain made the curtain dance around violently. That curtain was blown to the side. They could see into the parlor they knew well. They were a little relieved. They'd thought there might be another bizarre magic circle inside the room, or possibly the traces of some creepy ceremony. In any event, they didn't want to hang around out in the rain. So the 6 of them, Kraus, Natsui, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolph, and Nanjo, entered the parlor as a group.
特に変わったところはないようですな。
It seems that nothing in particular has changed. Dead body?
どうしましたか、シャノン。
What's wrong, Shannon? Ah.
ちょっと、大丈夫なの？どうしたのよ、あんた！
Wait, are you okay? What happened to you?
Chia!
I make Nando jump over the window. How would he? Yeah. How big are these windows?
Nanjo sensei, mitatte!
Blood. Dr. Nanjo, take a look at this.
Oi, Shannon-chan, 大丈夫か? 返事をしろい!
Hey, Shannon-chan, are you okay? Answer me.
揺さぶってはいけません。今、容体を見ます。
You mustn't shake her. I will examine her condition now. She had been in the shadow of the sofa, so they hadn't noticed her until they'd entered the room. Shannon was lying on the floor, her chest stained bright red with blood.
おーい、バトラー、どこだ？ほら、シャノンの死体が出てきたぞ。もういじめねえから出てこいよ。
Hey, Battler, where are you? Look, Shannon's corpse has turned up, see? I won't bully you anymore, so come out.
おー、いた。そんなところで頭抱えて何してんだよ。
Oh, there you are. What are you doing, clutching at your head in a place like that? Battler was crouching under the table, holding his head. His pitiful figure made it plainly clear that he didn't want to see anything, didn't want to hear anything. Had he heard Beatrice's sneering voice? Could he not hear, or was he pretending that he couldn't hear? In any event, it was clear that he'd closed up his heart like a shell.
少しお嬢様がいじめすぎたのではないでしょうか。あれだけのものを見せつけて反論を迫っては、塞ぎ込みたくなる気持ちもわかろうというものですよ。
Perhaps you tormented him too much, milady. After showing him all that and demanding a counter-argument, I can understand why he'd want to mope around.
なあ、バトラー。反論がないならリザインを頼むぜ。お前の手番なんだ。何か刺すとかパスするとか、さもなきゃ降参するとかしてくれねえと話が前に進まねえよ。
Hey, Battler, if you can't argue back, then resign, okay? It's your turn. If you don't make some move or pass, or else give up, we won't get anywhere.
なに聞こえないぞ。
Huh? What's that? I can't hear you.
黙れっつってんだ。うるせえ。何か魔女だ、何か魔法だ。 好き勝手にやればいいじゃねえかよ。俺は信じねえ。何も信じねえ。クソクソクソクソ。
I said be quiet. Shut up, shut up. A witch? Magic? Why don't you just do whatever you want? I don't believe any of it. Damn it, damn it, damn it.
俺に話しかけるな、何も見せるな、消えろ消えろ消えちまえや。俺にそのムカつく顔を近づけるな。
Don't talk to me, don't show me anything. Disappear, disappear, just disappear. Don't get that annoying face near me. Beatrice winced reflectively at Battler's sudden rage. Slightly mind-broken, just a tad.
そうは言うがな。お前の手番が終わらんと、わらわの手番も来ぬ。あまりわらわを退屈させるなと言いたいのだが。
Even if you say that, if you don't finish your turn, then my turn won't come. In fact, I'm the one asking you to stop boring me.
知るかよ、黙れよ、うるせえんだよ。お前のゲームなんか知るかよ。付き合ってらんねえんだよ。俺の番が終わらねえとてめえの番が来ねえってんなら永遠に待ってやがりゃいいだろうが。ああ、知らねえわからねえ。魔女も魔法も認めねえ。あんなめちゃくちゃも認めねえ。ああ、俺に話しかけるなっつってんだ。
Cares? Be quiet, shut up! Who cares about your game? I won't go along with it. If your turn won't come until mine's finished, then just wait for all eternity. I don't know, I don't get it. I won't accept witches or magic. I won't accept something that's screwed up. I said don't talk to me! Hmm? Did Battler just shield himself? I don't know what's what anymore. After being shown something that screwed up, how could I resist? I wandered aimlessly through the rose garden. It was raining and windy, but that didn't mean my body got wet. There was just a feeling of isolation as I wandered amidst the the wind and rain without an umbrella.
俺はひょっとするとあいつのゲームにとっくの昔に負けているのかもしれねえな。
Maybe I lost in that person's game a long time ago. Actually, didn't we already have a clear winner and loser in the last game? After all, I surrendered for a time. That's why the world was tinted with witches and magic. Right now, Rockinjima is a different world, where witches stride around openly and fire off strange spells. It isn't a matter of accepting it or denying it. Maybe I mistakenly assumed that I was playing a game on an even footing with Beato. Maybe I was already defeated in the last game, and this is just the signing ceremony of my surrender. A minute ago, a terrible battle unfolded in this rose garden. I saw it with my own eyes. I kicked the ground. Obviously, the ground was hard, and water from a puddle splashed. Several towers had split this ground, sprouting like high-rise buildings. The more I kicked this ground, the more it felt like that couldn't possibly have happened. But for that very reason, I couldn't explain it with anything other than magic anymore.
密室に鍵が閉じ込められてとか、よくある推理小説の延長だろってことはわかるさ。
It was a closed room with a key shut up inside. I know it was probably an extension of stuff you often see in detective novels.
でも、あのドッカンドッカンってのはな、くっそー。
But that big flashy thing? Damn it.
私の弟子が随分と迷惑をかけているようですね。
It seems my disciple has caused you much trouble.
あんたは
Huh? It's you. Someone suddenly spoke to me, so I turned around. And in the Rose Garden Arbor was the predecessor Beatrice, whom Beatrice had supposedly defeated a short while ago.
てっきり死んだと思ったぜ。生きてたのか。
I was sure you died. So, you survived.
いいえ、死にましたよ。今の私は取られた駒がチェス盤の外でくつろいでいるだけに過ぎません。
No, I did die. Now I am nothing more than a defeated chess piece loitering outside the chessboard.
あんたはベアトの師匠なんだろう。ってことはつまり、あんたも魔女ってわけか。
You're Beato's teacher, right? So in other words, you're a witch too.
ええ、そうですよ。
Yes, that is correct.
ってことはつまり、やっぱり魔女はいるってことで決まりなわけだろ。そして、あいつを倒せるのは俺じゃない。すげえ魔法使えるあんたの方じゃねえか。俺はもうお役ごめんさ。俺にできることなんてもう何もねえ。
So basically, that means witches really do exist? And the only one who can defeat her isn't me. That'd be you, since you can use awesome magic, right? I'm just useless now. There's nothing I can do anymore.
おやおや、すっかり屈服してしまいましたか。
Oh my. Have you surrendered completely?
僕も何もあれをどう説明すりゃいいんだよ。塔が生えたり落ちてきたり、でっけえ巨人が盾を構えたり槍を投げたり。
What do you mean surrender? How am I supposed to explain that? Towers sprouting and falling. Huge giants holding shields and throwing spears. Battlers incompetent.
ああ、思い出すだけでも気が変になりそうだぜ。もう推理もヘチマもあったもんじゃねえ。トリックとか人間犯人説とか、そんな領域をとっくに超えてるだろ。ああ、畜生畜生畜生畜生。
Just remembering it makes me feel like I'm going insane. We're way past the point of trying to reason this all out, aren't we? We've left the level of tricks and things that can be explained with human culprits. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
落ち着いて。私はあの子のゲーム版の駒に過ぎない。こうして番外へ取り除かれてしまえば、もはや何もできない存在。しかしあなたはあの子の対戦相手。あなたが自ら投げ出さない限り、あなたには常にあの子に一矢報いる力があるのだから。
Calm yourself. I am nothing more than a piece on that child's game board. After being removed from that board, I am no longer a being capable of doing anything. But you are that child's opponent. As long as you do not give up on your own, you will always have the power to strike back.
うるせえ。あんただっておかしな呪文を唱えて、塔だの槍だのを呼び出してたじゃねえかよ。 何を一矢報いるってんだよ。俺にも魔法を教えてくれた。あいつとあの大魔法バトルを繰り広げろっていうのかよ。
Shut up. Weren't you also reciting strange spells and summoning towers and spears? What do you mean, strike back? Are you saying you'll teach me magic too, and make me take part in that massive magic battle?
あなたが望むなら、あなたに魔法の一端を教えてあげてもいいですよ。
If you wish, I could teach you a bit about magic.
そりゃあ願ったり叶ったりだぜ。あいつの胸板にズドンと打ち込んでやれるようなすっげえ魔法一発頼むぜ。はっ、なめんなってんだ。
Oh, just what I wanted. Please, give me some awesome magic to smash through her chest in one blow. Ha, don't screw with me.
日本の魔法に雨乞いの儀式というものがあるそうですね。ご存知ですか？
I hear that in Japanese magic, there's a ceremony used to pray for rain. Do you know of it?
雨乞い？バンバン火をくべて塩分を奉納して雨を祈るっていうあれか？あれは魔法じゃねえだろ。火で上昇気流ができて、その結果雨雲が集まるっていうれっきとした科学現象のはずだぜ。
Rain ceremony? That thing where you throw stuff into a fire and dance as an offering? That's not magic. They say that the fire causes an updraft, which makes rain clouds gather. That's supposed to be an accepted scientific phenomenon.
おや、私は東洋魔法の一つだと信じていましたが、魔法ではないのですか。天に聖なる火を捧げ、敬いの演舞を捧げることで、神々の心に雨乞いの嘆願が届くものと信じておりましたよ。
Oh? I believed it to be a form of Eastern magic. But is that not the case? I believed people offered sacred fire to the heavens, as well as a dance of respect, so that your entreaty for rain would reach the hearts of the gods.
大昔の連中はそうだったろうよ。でも、その手のオカルトは大抵科学的に説明がつくもんだ。
Maybe people did that long ago, but most occult things like that have a scientific explanation.
物が燃えるのはどうしてですか？物質にフロギストンが含まれているからでは？
Why do things burn? Isn't that because phlogiston is contained in the material?
いや、物が燃えるのは酸化反応だ。フロギストン説はラボアジェが否定したはずだぜ。
No, things burn because of a chemical reaction. Lavoisier abolished the phlogiston theory. How does Battler know this? Like, I don't remember ever hearing about this in school. I mean, it's quite possible that they teach something different over there, but okay. He actually managed to calm Battler down. You might have known it too. Oh, okay. I mean, the word phlogiston does sort of just barely sound like something I've heard before. I don't know. I don't know if I've ever heard of the name of Lavoisier.
物に熱が伝わるのはどうしてですか？物質にカロリックが含まれているからでは？
Why does heat transfer through objects? Isn't that because caloric is contained in the material?
そいつは確かジュールが否定したはずだ。熱はエネルギーであって物質じゃない。
I'm pretty sure that was abolished by Joule. Heat is energy, not a substance. The voice here is the one that proposed the periodic table, I'm pretty sure. Oh, interesting. I mean, I did take chemistry class. I don't know, maybe I just didn't remember his name. Now, I know joules are a measurement of energy. Oh, the heat is energy thing makes sense.
You
have studied well. Your knowledge is accurate.
ちょいとした雑学レベルだがな。
Just some trivia.
フロギストンもカロリックも、果てはエーテルも、神の愛さえも。科学的な説明の前には無力ですね。私はかつて、木からリンゴが落ちるのは、人に食を与えるための神の愛のおかげだ、と聞かされましたよ。
Phlogiston, caloric, and eventually ether and God's love. All are powerless before a scientific explanation. In the past, I was told that an apple falling from a tree was thanks to God's love, so that humans would be given food.
重力すらも神の愛なのか？まあ、科学より宗教が万物を説明した時代の名残だろうぜ。
So even gravity is the love of God? Oh, that's probably the remnants from the period when religion, rather than science, was used to explain everything.
その通りです。人類はかつて自らの知識の限界を、いいえ、無知そのものを魔法と呼んだのです。先ほどの雨乞いの話はまさにそれでしょう。
That is correct. In the past, humans called the limits of their knowledge. No, ignorance itself, magic. Like the rain ceremony we were just talking about.
太古の人々が火が熱を生み上昇気流を生み出して雲を呼ぶことを科学的に理解していたでしょうか。理解せずともそういう結果になることだけは知っていた。
Did the people of ancient times realize that there was a scientific explanation? That fire gave rise to heat to cause updrafts that summon clouds? Even without understanding these things, they at least knew the result.
そういうのは結構あるかもな。先人たちの知恵ってやつさ。理由は分からずとも、長い経験でそういう結果が得られることを知っていた。
That probably happened a lot. Stuff they called knowledge of the ancestors. Even without understanding the reason, through long experience, they knew they'd achieve results.
原理を理解できない現象は、多分彼らにとっては魔法も同然だったろうな。
Phenomena whose principles they didn't understand were probably the same as magic to them. Like this person just said, ancient people who didn't understand those principles probably believed that through the rain ceremony, their wishes would reach the heavens and make rainfall. For them, that was certainly magic. As long as they didn't understand updrafts.
電気のスイッチを押せば明かりがつく。子供は電球がなぜ発光するのか、その科学的原理を知らず、結果だけを知っていてスイッチを押す。原理を知らずとも結果を得られるならば、それは彼らにとって魔法なのではありませんか？
If you push an electrical switch, a light turns on. Children do not know the scientific principles behind why a light bulb lights up. They only know the result when they push the switch. If they obtain a result without knowing the principles, doesn't that make it magic to them?
面白い話だな。まあ、 理屈から言やそうだ。例えば俺たちはテレビのブラウン管にどうして画像が映るのか理屈でもテレビに物が映るのは当たり前だと思ってる。ブラウン管の原理を知らなくてもスイッチを押せばテレビが見られることだけは知っている。
That's pretty interesting. Well, logically, that's true. For example, I don't have a clue why the brawn tubes in TV show a picture. Still, I think it's totally normal to see things shown on a TV. Even if I don't understand the principles behind brawn tubes, I at least know that if I push the switch, I can watch TV.
上昇気流を理解せずに雨乞いをするのと全く同じだ。つまり原理を知らないならばテレビだって魔法も同然。いや魔法そのものだろうってわけか。
It's exactly the same as having a rain ceremony without understanding updrafts. In other words, if I don't know the principles, even TV is the same as magic. Or even magic itself, I guess.
あなたはブラウン管の構造がどうなっているか知っていますか？分解してその中身を見たことは？
Do you know the structure of brawn tubes? Have you ever taken one apart and looked inside?
ねえよ。本か何かで構造を読んだ気もするが難しくてさっぱりだったな。確か電子が蛍光物質にぶつかるとき発光してどうだらこうだな。
No? I think I read about it in a book or something once, but it was complicated. I didn't have a clue. I think that when electrons hit a fluorescent material, it creates luminescence or something like that.
それは偽書です。真実はブラウン管の中にグレムリンという妖精が閉じ込められていて、魔法で仕事をしてくれているからなのですよ。
That book lied. Actually, there are small people called gremlins shut up inside the brawn tubes, and they do their work with magic.
はあ？バカなこと言うなよ。そんなわけねえだろ。
Huh? Don't be stupid. There's no way that's true.
ブラウン管の中を覗いたこともないのに、どうして否定を？
How can you deny it if you have never looked inside a brawn tube?
覗いたことはねえが、絶対にそんな妖精はいないと断言できるさ。
I've never looked inside, but I can say for sure that small people like that definitely don't exist.
ここにブラウン管がない以上、実証は不能ですよ。
Since there are no brawn tubes here, that is impossible to prove.
確かに今この瞬間は実証不能だが、後でどこかのテレビをばらしてみせればすぐに論破できるさ。
Yeah, it's impossible to prove right now, but later I can take apart a TV somewhere and show you, and instantly win the argument. You've shifted Battler's mood so fast. She is the teacher. She teaches. She just comes in and be like, I am the one who teaches.
ということは、ブラウン管の中にグレムリンが閉じ込められていて、その魔法で映像を映し出しているという私の魔法説は、ブラウン管の中身を検証するまで否定不能ということになりますね。
So, put another way, my magical theory that gremlins are shut up inside the brawn tubes and display the picture with magic is impossible to disprove until we can verify the contents of a brawn tube. Correct?
なんだよあれか？悪魔の証明だって言いてえのか？お前たち魔女のお箱だぜ。
What the hell? Is this one of those? Are you trying to say that it's a devil's proof? That's a favorite trick of you witches.
悪魔の証明は消極的事実の証明が不可能であることを逆手に取った詭弁です。しかし今のブラウン管の話は違う。テレビをたった1台分解すれば済むだけの話ですよ。
A devil's proof is a bit of sophistry, one that takes advantage of the fact that negative facts are impossible to prove. However, it's different from my brawn tubes metaphor. That could be resolved simply by taking apart a single television. But the rain ASMR is really pleasing. It do be some nice rain. And then the music just sort of going along with it. I think it's making me a little sleepy. Let's see. By the way, I don't remember, did she ever open her eyes? I can't remember if she did. She has not opened her eyes yet. Interesting. Yeah, she won without it and then just died. But Beatrice did mention, like, how she didn't open her eyes. I wonder if she still has a card to play. After all, she is talking to Battler here. Now, this could be a trick by current Beatrice, since she can now revive old Beatrice. Like, it could be that current Beatrice just wants to get Battler back in fighting spirit, but it is a little sus that she died without ever opening her eyes. Also didn't open her eyes on the first cutscene of the episode either. Yeah. I mean, usually when an anime character never opens their eyes, it usually means they're pretty, well yeah, they're pretty formidable in some way. And then when they open their eyes, then you know it's business time. So yeah, it's pretty sus that she's never opened her eyes yet, even though she's lost.
そうだな。
It would be nice if she didn't actually lose, or if there's something she can still do. Although, well, if there's anything she can do, I guess it's maybe just talking to Battler here. Unless she's still hiding something. I don't know. My brain can't handle this.
確かに悪魔の証明とは異なるな。
Right. It isn't really a devil's proof.
あなたの提唱する科学的説明と私の提唱する魔法的説明、そのどちらかが真実です。そしてそれはブラウン管の中を覗いた時に確定する。しかしそれを確かめる瞬間の直前まで私たちは互いの説を否定できないのです。
You have proposed a scientific theory, and I have proposed a magical one. One of those is the truth, and which one it can be, and which one it is can be ascertained the moment you look inside a brawn tube. However, until the instant that happens, we cannot deny each other's theories.
つまり、真実は一つであるにもかかわらず、ブラウン管の中を覗く直前までは相反する真実が同時に2つ存在することができる。一つしか存在してはいけない真実が2つ同時に存在できる異空間。
So, even though only one truth exists, until you look into the broad tube, you can have two conflicting truths existing at the same time. You have a realm in which two truths can exist simultaneously, even though there must only be one truth in existence. Is the cat in the box alive or dead? If you open the box, you'll learn the answer. You'll learn the truth. However, until you open the box, you can claim that the cat is alive, and you can also claim that it is dead. Both claims are the correct truth according to the people making them, and even though the two sides are in conflict, neither can win the argument as long as the box remains unopened. In other words, two truths can exist at the same time. Even though there can only be one cat in the box, it is packed with a living cat and a dead cat, forming a strange, separate world. That is what Rakanjima is now. This island is now a different world where a scientific theory and a magical one can exist at the same time. Not sure why I like this philosophical discussion way more than the other ones. It is interesting. To a resident of the world of science, such as yourself, at a glance, it may feel as though this island had been sucked into a world of magic. That might not be wrong, but it is not accurate. Strictly speaking, it has been moved from the world of science to the gap between that world and the world of magic. So at a glance, it appears to you as though this world is tilted towards the magical side. But in reality, this island is now in a perfectly impartial position with relation to those two opposing worlds. Hmm.
よくわからねえ。現実と魔法の中間？限りなく公平な世界？どこがだよ。俺に圧倒的に不利な展開ばっかりじゃねえかよ。
I don't really get it. The gap between reality and magic? A perfectly impartial world? How's that? Hasn't pretty much everything that's happened been totally not in my favor?
ならばこう考えるといいでしょう。これは裁判です。あなたとベアトリーチェが相反する主張を繰り広げている法廷だと考えるのです。ブラウン管裁判でもいいでしょう。
Then perhaps you could think of it this way. This is a trial. Think of it as a court where you and Beatrice are laying out opposing claims. Call it a brawn tube trial.
あの子はブラウン管の中には妖精が入っていると主張している。そして中に入っている妖精がどのような生態でどのような姿なのか、どのような魔力を持っているのかを次々に説明する。そしてあなたは
Your opponent claims that there are tiny people inside the brawn tubes, explaining one thing after another, talking about the lives of these tiny people, what they look like, what type of magical power they have. And what do you do?
まあ、図書館で勉強して、ブラウン管の構造を説明して反論するだろうよ。
Well, I study in a library and argue back by explaining how brawn tubes are constructed.
この瞬間、法廷にはあなたの主張とあの子の主張が同時に存在する。もしもあの子の主張に耳を傾けたならば、それはあたかも真実に聞こえてしまうかもしれない。見えてしまうかもしれない。あなたはまさにそれを見せつけられた。
At this moment, both your claim and that child's claim exist in the court at the same time. If you find your opponent's claim convincing, It might sound like truth to you. It might look like truth to you. That is exactly what you saw.
今この瞬間の六軒島には確かに魔女も魔法も真実として存在するかもしれない。しかしそれは猫の箱が開かれる瞬間までの不確定な波動関数の世界。すべての状態が同時に説明できる。しかし真実は一つです。
At this moment on Rockinjima, witches and magic certainly may exist as truth. However, until the moment that the cat's box is opened, that world is an uncertain wave function. The entire situation can be explained by both sides at the same time. However, there is one truth.
それは観測されることによって収縮し、無数の真実が淘汰されてたった一つの真実になる。法廷で例えるならば、これは裁判長による判決行為にも似ているでしょう。検察側、弁護側がそれぞれに主張する二つの真実は判決によって収縮し一つとなるのです。
That set of truths shrinks with observation, and countless truths are weeded out to become one truth. It is like when, in court, the judge hands down his judgment. The two truths from the prosecutors and the defense's claims are reduced in number by the judgment and become one.
あんたの言葉を借りるとつまり今のこの島はブラウン管の中を覗く直前の世界ってわけなんだな。だからこそ科学説も魔法説もどちらも否定できない。否定できないってことはつまり
Say it in your words, the island right now is the world right before looking into a brawn tube, right? Therefore, the science theory and the magic theory cannot be denied. And since they cannot be denied,
どちらも真実として存在できる。だから魔女も魔法も存在し得る。しかし同時にそれを否定するあなたの意見もまた真実として同時に存在できる。
both can exist as truth. Therefore, both witches and magic can exist. However, at the same time, your opinion of denial also exists as truth.
相反する二つが同時に存在できる世界。そして相反する真実が互いを否定する理由にできない世界。理解できてきましたか？
It is a world where two conflicting things can exist at once. And it is a world where conflicting truths cannot disprove each other. Have you managed to understand? I think, well, if that's actually how this world works, then it's starting to make a little sense to me. So magic and science exist. What if I'm gonna doubt the red truth? What if Beatrice only says the red truth because she knows she can get away with it? Like, if she's careful about what she says and boxes in Battler just enough, then he won't doubt it. And because he doesn't doubt that it's true, it becomes true. But he could actually disregard it. Huh. Huh. And in that way, the game is not to, or it's not exactly what it looked like at first. It's a battle to make things become the truth. Problem is, if he disregards it, there's no game. Well, yeah, but maybe... I don't know. If he can come to a stalemate, then he can just break the game. Maybe. I don't know. It depends. Like, it depends how the final truth is determined. Whether it's a clash of wills. So if he can just sort of power through it with the ideas of science and wear down Beatrice, maybe he can still win in the end. I don't know, like, basically the game could still happen if the red truth is denied, if it only takes into account willpower. It's who gives up first. Like, basically the style of kids in an imaginary fight, it's just who gives up first. Power is limitless. They can say whatever they want, but one of them will give in eventually. I don't know. That's my theory at the current moment in time. Okay, Battler, what is your thoughts?
つまり、ベアトがどんなすげえ魔法を俺に見せようとも、それは魔法説の主張でしかなく、俺を否定することには当たらない。
In other words, no matter how much awesome magic Beato shows me, it's only a claim of magical theory. It doesn't disprove my position.
ベアトがどんな魔法を俺に見せようとも、この世界ではそれをもって魔法が存在する証拠にはなり得ないってことか。
So, no matter what kind of magic Beato shows me in this world, it cannot become proof that magic exists.
そうです。あの子は木からリンゴが落ちることすらも魔法で説明しようとするでしょう。あの子は一見杖を振るって魔法にてリンゴをもぎ取り、大地に落としたかのように主張するかもしれない。
That's right. That child might even try to explain an apple falling from a tree with magic. Perhaps by shaking her staff and magically plucking the apple, then claiming to be the thing that made it drop down to the earth.
しかしそれはあの子の主張の一つに過ぎないのです。あの子のいかなる主張もあなたの主張する機会を拒むことはできない。その意味においてこの世界は双方にあまりに公平なのです。
However, that would be nothing more than another claim. None of your opponent's claims can prevent you from making yours. In that sense, this world is quite impartial to both sides.
なるほど。だがよ、その論法で言ったなら、たとえ俺が科学説で正論を示したところで、奴の魔法説と正面衝突を起こすだけで、俺もまた奴を論破できぬ。しかも、そのファイナルジャッジは、ブラウン管を除かない限りつかない。
I get it. Still, by that argument, if I show a sound argument with my science theory, and it collides head-on with her magic theory, I also can't win against her. On top of that, the final judgment won't come until we peek into the Brawn Tube.
この世界のブラウン管はどこにあるんだ？ 俺たちに議論なんて必要ないってことになる。俺たちは仲良くブラウン管の中身を覗けばいいだけの話じゃねえのか。
Where is the brawn tube in this world? Because it exists, there should be no reason for us to argue. Why don't we just get along and peek into the brawn tube? Hmm.
中に妖精が本当にいたら俺の全面敗北だ。いなかったら逆に俺の勝ち。俺たちはブラウン管を覗かずにどうして論争を繰り広げなくちゃならないんだ。
There really is a tiny person in there. It's my complete loss. Otherwise, it's my victory. Why do we have to hold this debate without looking into the brawn tube?
それこそがあの子があなたに挑んだゲームなのです。裁判ではなくチェスと例えるべきでしょう。勝敗は裁判官が決めるのではない。戦っているあなたたち自身が決めるのです。
That itself is the game you're being challenged to. Maybe instead of a court, I should use chess as an example. There, victory and loss are not determined by a judge. You who fight will decide it yourself.
真実が同時に存在できるめちゃくちゃな世界で相手を論破なんてできるのかよ。
Can you win an argument with an opponent in a screwed up world where multiple truths can exist at the same time?
現にあなたは論破されて今こうして屈服していますよ。
In actual fact, didn't you lose an argument and surrender like this? Hmm.
今私に助言できるのはここまでです。もしもあなたが望むなら時折助言を与えましょう。
That is all the advice I can give you now. If you wish, I can occasionally offer you counsel.
ああ、ありがとう。助かるぜ。あんたの仇も俺が取ってやる。
Sure. Thanks. That really helped. I'll avenge you.
ありがとう。期待していますよ。
Thank you. I look forward to it.
あんた、名前は？
What's your name?
ベアトリーチェはかつて私の名でしたが譲ってしまった今、私は名前を持ちならば仮の名でも名乗りましょう。ワルギリアス、いえワルギリアではいかがです？
Beatrice used to be my name, but now that I have surrendered it, I do not have a name. So I shall take a temporary name. Virgilius. No. How about Virgilia? I was gonna say Virgilius. Or, yeah, Virgilius. Hard sound. I was gonna say Virgilius looks a bit different. The guide, Virgil.
ワルギリア、ワルキュリア、神話の女神の名前だっけか。
Virgilia, like Valkyria? Wasn't that a name for goddesses that show up in myths? Oh, Battler from Dante's Inferno, Virgilius. Or at least Virgil, or wait, wasn't it Virgil? It wasn't Virgilius, it was Virgil. I think.
いいえ、ベアトリーチェのもとへ導くものという意味です。煉獄さんの頂上にて待つあの子のもとへあなたを導く。
Wait a minute. Was Dante looking for Beatrice? forget?
その案内人にふさわしい名前でしょう。
Who was? Oh, okay. Was this actually a Dante's Inferno reference the whole time? Oh my. Or, well, Divine Comedy? No, it means the guide who leads the way to Beatrice. I will guide you to that child who awaits at the summit of Mount Purgatory. It ought to be a fitting name for such a guide.
魔女を否定する俺が魔女の助けを借りるとはな。なるほど。異なる主張が同時に存在できるこの矛盾した世界ならそれもありってわけだ。笑える話だぜ。
Who would have guessed I'd accept help from a witch when I'm trying to deny witches? I see. If this is a contradictory world where different claims can exist at the same time, I guess that's cool. It's almost funny.
あの子の言葉を借りるけど、本当にあなたは不死鳥のような人ね。
Dante goes to hell and searches death light. And I forget how it played out, but like I'm thinking now I only read Inferno, and that was a long time ago. But I think I saw something a while back that Beatrice was at or was in paradise. So Dante goes through hell, then he goes through purgatory, and then he goes through paradise, which makes the Divine Comedy. The Inferno, the Purgatorio, and the Paradiso. Yeah, and then Virgil is the guide, at least in the Inferno. I forget if Virgil continues after the Inferno or not.
さあ、心の準備がいいなら、あの子の元へ。あの子の座するチェス盤の正面へお戻りなさい。
Child waits at the top of Mount Purgatory. Okay, well now I gotta check. Let's see. Beatrice is Dante's muse and inspiration for writing the Divine Comedy. Although identified with Beatrice. Oh, Beatrice acts as his guide in the Paradiso. During the conclusion of the preceding Purgatorio, Beatrice... Oh, wait. Okay, she also acts as his guide in the conclusion of the preceding Purgatorio. So, yeah, she must be in the Purgatorio. Okay. And then she's his guide in Paradiso. I see.
私の弟子とどこまで戦えるか楽しみにしていますよ。
I am borrowing that child's words, but you truly are like a phoenix. Your will to fight has already been revived. Come, if your heart is prepared, return to your opponent. Return to the chessboard where that child is seated. I look forward to seeing how far you can fight with my disciple.
ああ、見てろよ。もうあいつの寝言には耳を貸さねえ。 とことん冷静に俺の戦いを貫いてやる。もうあいつの挑発には絶対に乗らね
え。Yeah, watch it. I won't listen to her babbling anymore. I'll coolly fight to the end. I definitely won't get provoked by her any longer. Copium. Yeah, I'm sure you won't get provoked anymore, Battler. Yeah, another way to look at the Red Truth is that the Red Truth can be Beatrice's truth, but it doesn't necessarily have to be Battler's truth. Since two truths can be at the same time, or can be in existence at the same time at this point.
では戻りましょう。戦いの席へ。
Then let us return to the seat of the battle. Now we'll see if Battler says anything about that. I wonder if he'll notice. Or at least, well, I shouldn't say notice, because I don't know if that's necessarily the real truth.
そなたどこへ姿を消しておったのか。負け犬は二度と姿を現さないかと思ったぞ。
Oh, Battler, where did you run off to? And I thought losers never came back for more. I remember there was that, like, shield effect when he first... Or when we went to that cutscene there. Or not cutscene, whatever. That scene. And Beatrice seems a little startled here. So I don't think that was Beatrice that did that. Maybe. Now the question remains to be seen, was that from Battler, or was that... I think that might have been Virgilia summoning him, or something. Yeah, he must not be quite under Beatrice's control. Sorry to keep you waiting. I've cooled my head a little.
それでわらわとお師匠様の愉快痛快爽快大喝采の素敵ファンタジーバトルへの回答は出たのかい？あんなのファンタジー以外じゃ説明不能だろ。
And did you think of a response to that pleasant, thrilling, refreshing, highly acclaimed, wonderful fantasy battle between teacher and me? Isn't that impossible to explain without fantasy?
お嬢様、さっき親切で上品にするとお誓いになられたばかりですよ。
Milady, didn't you just promise to be kind and act more gracefully?
いけねえいけねえ。バトラの顔を見てるとついつい上機嫌になってしまうものでな。ほれほれほれ、それでバトラ、さっきの戦いだがどういう反応を示してみせるよ。
Oh no, no. I just got in such a good mood when I saw Battler's face, you see. Look, look, look. How are you gonna respond to that battle just now, Battler?
バトル？何があったって？
Battle? What battle?
何？
What?
このバラ庭園のどこに？お前らがニョキニョキ生やした塔が、槍が、どこに転がってんだ？ねえじゃないか。つまり、こいつがブラウン管の中身ってわけさ。
In this rose garden, where do you see those spears and towers you made lying around? They aren't here, are they? In other words, it's just like the inside of a brawn tube.
ブラウン管の中身とな。一体何の話を始めるやら。
The inside of a brown tube? What in the world are you talking about now?
今この瞬間、バラ庭園には何もない。さっきまでは魔法で塔が生えていたかもしれねえさ。だが、それはブラウン管の中を知るまでだ。魔法バトルはお前の解釈、主張に過ぎない。今この場に何もないのがその証拠だ。
At this very moment, there's nothing at all in the rose garden. Towers may have been sprouting with magic until a short while ago. However, that's only the case until we see what's inside the brown tube. That magical battle is nothing more than your interpretation, your claim. The fact that there's absolutely nothing to see here now proves it.
俺はさっきの魔女の戦いにこう反論する。今この場に何もないのは何事もなかったことの証明だとな。
This is how I argue back about that witch's battle just now. Right now, there isn't anything here, which proves that nothing happened. Yeah, how will you respond to that battle? What battle? Aha! There was no battle.
あのな、さすがに第一の番から大暴れはできぬし、わらわもこのバラ庭園は気に入っているのでな。被害を及ぼさないため、結界の中で戦っておったのだ。だから現実には何の影響も与えていないのは当然のことよ。
Come on now. Of course I can't make a huge mess when it's only the first twilight. And I'm rather fond of that rose garden, you see? To prevent any damage, I had the fight occur inside a barrier. So it's only natural that it wouldn't have any influence on reality. Seems like the only possible way to respond to it without acknowledgement of magic. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, if it was nowadays, you could also argue that it was because of a projector or something. But yeah, back then, or with what technology they have now, it's pretty much the only way to say it is nothing happened.
それがお前の主張だな。ああ、それもありだろうな。
That's your claim? Well, I guess that works.
だが、今この瞬間のバラ庭園に何もない。だから、魔法などなかったという俺の主張を何ら妨げるものではないんだ。
However, at this point in time, there's nothing in the rose garden, so nothing stands in the way of my claim that there was no magic done here.
おいおい、そんなめちゃくちゃでわらわの魔法を否定できるのか？魔法がないは証明不能。悪魔の証明であるぞ。
Wait. Can you deny my magic with a mess like that? It is impossible to prove that magic does not exist. It's a devil's proof.
今この瞬間のこのバラ庭園が真実だ。覗いた瞬間にブラウン管の中の妖精は蒸発する。そしてここには何の魔法の痕跡もない。だからお前らの魔女の戦いは行われなかった。
At this point in time, this garden is the truth. The instant you look inside, the tiny people inside the bronze tube will vanish. And there are no traces of magic here at all. So that battle between you witches did not take place. Beatrice just be like, what the heck is he talking about with these brawn tubes all of a sudden? Why does he keep talking about brawn tubes?
なんだその返し手はその力はもしや
What the? That counter. That power. Could it be?
お忘れですか、お嬢様。多層世界収縮術です。無限の魔女の力と対になる有限の魔女の力。無限の魔女にしか悟ることができず、そして無限の魔女にとって最も強力な効果を発揮します。
Have you forgotten, milady? It is the multi-layered worlds reduction technique. The power of a finite witch, the counter to the power of an endless witch. Only an endless witch can perceive it, and it is most effective against such a witch.
シュレディンガーの猫箱か。あの老いぼれ魔女め、余計な入れ知恵を。
Schrodinger's cat box. That old hag of a witch. What an uncalled for hint.
時間をロスった。使用人5人とじいさまで6人の死体。状況を確認させてもらうぜ。俺がもたもたしてて時間を無駄にしちまった。ここからはサクサクいくぜ。
We've lost time. Including the 5 servants and grandfather, there are 6 corpses. Let me check the scene. I've been trudging along, wasting time. From now on, I'll speed things up, okay?
席につけ、ベアトリーチェ。ようやく第一の番じゃねえか。本番スタートだぜ。どんと来やがれ。
Take a seat, Beatrice. It's finally the first twilight, isn't it? Let's start the real thing. Show me what you've got. Seven o'clock. Revival Battler. Battler the Phoenix. Forget what the adults expected. The world? Forget what the adults expected. At least for us kids. These were supposed to be a fun couple of days where the cousins deepened their friendship. However, when we woke up, there was an unbelievably cruel reality waiting for us. George Anarchy and Jessica were crying over Shannon and Kennen-kun's deaths. Right now, everybody who was alive had gathered in the lobby on the first floor of the guest house. And there were 12 people there. Unbelievable, right? There were 18 until yesterday. And in one night, a third of that number had lost their lives. I eventually sobered up from my agitation, and along with my lack of sleep from being woken up so early in the morning, I was beginning to feel a faint sense of unreality. I want to think this is some kind of bad dream. My cheap escapism keeps telling me that over and over. Maria had gone back to sleep on the sofa Rosa was sitting in. Rather than having her nerves of steel, she probably genuinely hadn't had enough sleep. The adults were holding items from what was apparently grandfather's collection. Short-barrel Winchester rifles, So now there's multiple rifles? Also, that is a really tiny rifle. What the heck? Apparently relics from a time that he'd been obsessed with westerns. There were 4 guns altogether. Oh boy, there's 4 guns. I bet she does have a gun. Those had been split up amongst the 4 siblings. Uncle Kraus, Aunt Ava, my dad, and Aunt Rosa. Oh good lord, what have they done? Paper boxes filled with bullets lay on the table, and the siblings were silently loading them.
なんだか怖え。こいつに触ってると、今でも親父に触るなって怒鳴られて、ぶん殴られるような気がするぜ。
At least you should be way meeker with the older siblings there. True. Maybe. It's a little scary. Even now, touching one of these, I get the feeling Dad'll yell, "Don't touch that!" and hit
me. ならよかったな。いくら触っても、もう殴られることはない。
Well, isn't that great? No matter how much you touch them, you won't be hit again.
信じられないわ。あのお父様がこんな最後を迎えるなんて。
I can't believe it. Think that father would meet this kind of end.
金蔵さんに限って普通に床で亡くなるようなことはないだろうと思っていましたが、それにしてもむごすぎる。
Well, I never did expect Kinzo-san to die normally in his bed. But even so, it's too horrible.
ねえ、あれは本当にお父様なのかしら。私は別人の死体でごまかした替え玉を疑ってるんだけど。
Hey there, Jeremy. Hey, I wonder if that really was father. I think it might be a different person's corpse, used as a substitute to trick us.
いいえ、あれは間違いなくお父様です。足の指をご覧になったでしょう。世間広しといえど、両足の指が6本の人間はそうはいませんよ。
No, it was father without a doubt. You saw his toes, right? Generally speaking, there aren't many humans with 6 toes on both feet. Oh, Temple of Water has the most references or other characters we meet. Nice, nice.
でもいないとも言えない。多子症は珍しくない病気だと聞いたわ。王子家家の大好きな方なんでしょ。どこかで両足の指の数が自分と同じな遺体を手配したかもしれないわ。
But that doesn't mean that such people don't exist. I've heard that polydactyly isn't that rare of a disease. He was a man who liked large-scale tricks, right? He might have obtained a corpse from somewhere that had the same number of toes on both feet.
バカバカしい。
バカバカしい。
そんなこと何のためにするというのですか？
Ridiculous. Why would he do something like that?
普通の人にならわしもそう言うわ。
Oh, hold on. I got hiccups. I must hold my breath. Okay, hopefully that's enough.
しかしあのお父さんや、桐江さんの話も全くの口頭無形とは言い切れんのやないか。
I'd agree if it was a normal person. But this is father we're talking about. You can't be sure Kyrie-san's talking nonsense.
焼死体は身元の確認が難しいという。だが 歯型とか骨格とかいろいろ調べる方法はあるはずさ。警察が調べれば一発で身元なんかわかるに決まってる。
After all, burning a corpse makes it hard to identify. Still, there should be a few ways to examine him from his teeth and bone structure. If the police investigate, of course they'd be able to know whose body it was right away. Might be absurd, but Kinzo. True. Age-old excuse.
問題は警察より先に電話技師が必要だという点だがね。
The problem is that we need a telephone engineer more than the police right now.
この台風じゃ船は来られないでしょうね。
The boats probably won't come in this typhoon.
なら明日になるのかしら。
So, will they arrive tomorrow?
おそらく明日の9時にもう一度船が来てくれるでしょう。そこで警察に連絡できると思います。
Most likely, the boat will come again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Then I believe we will be able to contact the police. Ah, yes. The good copium.
私たちも、そして犯人も。
It's the same for us and the culprits.
つまりは、台風が通り過ぎるまでこの島に閉じ込められたってわけね。
Until the typhoon passes, this island will be closed off. Just from our parents' conversation, you could probably figure out the general gist. But let's explain the situation anyway. First, early that morning, in various places throughout the mansion, a total of 6 corpses, including grandfather and all the servants, had been found one after another. First, grandfather had been in the boiler room, completely burnt. The servants had died, each shut up in the rooms throughout the mansion that had magic circles drawn on them. Profiles updated? Okay, I didn't catch that. Thank you. Alright, someone once said a world needing justice is the unfortunate one, not the one without it. Very profound. Let's see, Kinzo. Found as a burnt corpse in the underground boiler room's incinerator. No evidence of a struggle was found inside the incinerator. It's probably reasonable to assume that he was burned after his murder. Too bad this time. It was game over right from the start. Genji. Found in the VIP room on the 2nd floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. To thank Genji for his many years of service, let us allow him to rest in the VIP room. Kinzo only won once. Back to boiler. Get back to your boiler. Shannon, her corpse was found in the parlor on the 1st floor. The weapon used on her is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. Let Shannon have the parlor, with its wonderful view of the rose garden on sunny days. Cannon, corpse found in the chapel. Weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. For Cannon, the chapel. Let him continue to protect the Lord's precious place, even after death. Coda. Corpse found in a waiting room on the 3rd floor. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object. The room next to the study is fitting for him, considering how much he wanted to earn Kinzo's favor. That's odd. Why is it assumed to be a gun or a spear-shaped object? Wasn't he torn apart by the Stake Sisters? Kurosawa, found in the guest room on the 2nd floor. Gun or spear-shaped object. This seldom used second-floor guest room was her secret napping spot. That's right. That was everything, right? Any tips? No. Beatrice. Nothing new there. Oh, what about next? Anything new here? Ah, Virgilia. A now retired Endless Witch and Beatrice's teacher. She used the endless magic properly and devoted her life to the smiles and happiness of many people. She taught Beatrice the endless magic, believing that Beatrice would also devote herself to the people, and retired. Though she was Beatrice's teacher, she was also a magician employed by Beatrice's family. For that reason, she interacted with Beatrice in a manner fitting for a servant. Some point to this as the source of Beatrice's arrogance and recklessness. Okay. This. Yep. Run away. Yep. 7 sisters, all of the goats. What about this? Next. Okay, that just takes me back here. The cause of death for the servants was uncertain, but according to Dr. Nanjo's diagnosis, there was a high likelihood that they had been stabbed by something like a spear, or possibly shot with a gun. That was why the adults had started arming themselves with Winchesters. I think there's a 3rd page eventually. Yeah. We've still not seen anything from Bernkastel, unless she's just like manipulating chance behind the scenes. And I still wonder if Ava is like partially possessed by darn it, what is the other witch? I can't remember. I know it was like Greek symbol names. Anyway, yeah, I'm not sure if she's possessed by that witch partially or not. That's her name. I can't remember it. And what made the situation even more chaotic was the fact that the telephones had become unusable. Lambda Delta. Yeah, okay. What is it? Alpha, Beta, Lambda, Delta? It was unknown if lightning had caused them to break down or if the culprit had broken them. At any rate, since contact with the outside had been cut off, we couldn't reach the police. So until the typhoon passes and a boat comes tomorrow morning, we'll have to protect ourselves. After all, Rakanjima is now isolated by the typhoon. And just as we're stuck on the island, so is the culprit. It seemed that the adults had stayed up all night, holding the family conference in the mansion's dining hall the whole time. And yet the crime had occurred in the mansion. So right when the adults had been in an uproar over money, the murderer had been killing under the same roof. They say Aunt Natsui's been strict about locking the doors and the windows at night, and yet some suspicious person had entered and left the mansion. The adults had decided that the inside of the mansion was too large to be safe, so they had pulled out the guns and moved to the guest house where we had been. Which brings us to the present. George Aniki had begged to see Shannon Shan's corpse, but the adults had refused, saying that he mustn't do so until the police arrived. That wasn't just because they wanted to seal all the wounds to preserve the scene. After all, the culprit who had killed 6 people was wandering about the mansion. To the Ushiromiya family right now, the mansion that should have been their home was now a danger zone that an unknown murderer could enter and leave at will. After all, it's a huge mansion. There are plenty of blind spots and dark places. It's too vast to guarantee absolute safety with this number of people. Relatively speaking, the guest house was much smaller. It had 2 above-ground stories, something like 10 or so rooms. Apparently, it had originally been constructed to serve as a small hotel, as part of the plan to turn this island into a resort. So it was easier to know what was going on everywhere inside it, and be easier to be kept safe. Or it would be easier to keep safe. It made for a good place to hole up in. Also, it was extremely likely that this mass murder of 6 people was a game. After all, the culprit had proclaimed so in a letter. I heard that a Western-style envelope with the family crest, just like the one Maria claimed to have received from Beatrice yesterday, had been found in the boiler room where grandfather's corpse had been discovered. This was what the letter said. So that there will be no misunderstanding. The game I seek is for everyone to try and solve the riddle of the epitaph, not for you to try and catch me. If you don't solve the riddle, the pitiful sacrifices will further increase in number. It would be wiser to spend your time solving the epitaph instead of searching for it. If no one can solve the riddle, no one will survive. If a person appears who can miraculously solve it, I will give them all the gold of the Golden Land, the Ushiromiya family headship, and all of my power. I was the one who succeeded the Ushiromiya family headship after Kinzo-sama. I look forward to seeing who will succeed to that headship after me. The Golden Witch, Beatrice. This riddle of the epitaph was that thing. That strange epitaph written by the portrait of the witch on display in the hall of the mansion. Grandfather was the one who had it written, and the person who solved it would, supposedly, be given the inheritance, or the hidden gold, or something like that. Ever since it was first put on display there several years ago, the relatives had secretly tried to solve that riddle, despite saying on the surface that the whole idea was silly. However, up until today, no one had solved it. We were once again being urged to solve that unintelligible riddle, and this time, we were faced with the threat that we'd all be killed if we didn't solve it. If that wasn't a game, what else could it be? The bold opinion that we should search the premises for the culprit did come up once. However, there was a good chance they were armed, and there might not just be one of them. And while they might have been able to kill more than 6 people, they had stopped at 6. The opinion that won out in the end was that we should avoid needlessly antagonizing the culprit, and hole up in a safe place while we waited for the police to arrive. After the adults carefully checked the doors and windows in the guest house were locked, They set up camp in the lobby. As they loaded their guns to distract themselves from the tension, their expressions showed that they were already fatigued from this long day, which had still barely begun. Sure, that'll work perfect. Yeah. There was nothing for me to do. Now, all I could do was be taught how to use a gun to prepare for the off chance of something happening that led to an excess of guns. What? Oh, well, I guess that makes sense. If the people keep getting killed and yeah, okay. I don't know why, but I just thought or the first thing that I thought of when I read that was just like guns raining from the sky or something. I think I'm losing it. That's fine. Just obediently stay there, me and the rest of you. Oh? Is this Meta Battler talking? Yep.
また最初は6人か。しかも、今回はじい様と使用人が全部まとめてときたもんだ。
6 people in the beginning again. And this time it's grandfather and all of the servants put together.
おそらくあの子は前回のゲームでのあなたの指し手を慎重に研究したのでしょう。そしてあなたが最初に疑うと高い確率で推定される駒を最優先で奪ったに違いありませんよ。
Most likely that child has carefully studied your moves from the last game and has made an optimal move by taking the pieces you were most likely to suspect from the start.
筋だな。前回も前々回も屋敷に精通しマスターキーを持ち歩く使用人たち全員は常に最高順位で疑わしい人物だった。
That makes sense. That was true both last time and the time before that. The servants who know everything about the mansion, who walk around with keys, always fall into the most suspicious category of people.
前回のゲームの例えばジェシカの密室がいい例だ。使用人が犯人であることを認めさえすればあんなのは密室でも何でもない。
A good example in the last game would be Jessica's closed room. If I'd only been accepted as If I'd only accepted that a servant was the culprit, that wouldn't even have been a closed room.
ゆえにあの子はそこを真っ先に切りに来た。あなたがやがて逃げ込むであろう退路を真っ先に塞ぎに来たのでしょう。
And so, that child went straight for them, probably to block off a method of escape you'd be likely to attempt sooner or later.
ベアトはすでに赤で、この島には19人以上いないと宣言している。それはつまり、諦めろってことだ。もう俺は、18人の誰かを疑わざるを得ない。
Beato already proclaimed in red that there are no more than 18 people on this island. In other words, it's time to give up on that. Now I've got to suspect one of the 18. Okay, so he's not doubting the red. He still believes the red. I'm thinking, I'm still thinking that the red is a mistake, or rather, believing in the red is a mistake.
あの子はその18人の駒を全て奪い切った上で存在しないはずの19人目として降臨し、あなたに自らが魔女であることを認めさせる手で来るでしょう。魔法を見せつけることで強引に屈服させる。あの子にさせるのは成功法だけなのですから。
That child will probably come at you by stealing the pieces for all 18, while also making an appearance as a 19th person who shouldn't exist. For then you would be forced to accept that your opponent is a witch, After all, now that the intimidation approach has failed, trying to force you to surrender by showing your magic, the only remaining option is a frontal attack.
上等だ。もうハったりは通用しねえぜ。
Perfect. Bluffing won't work anymore.
気をつけて。まやかしは魔女の最も得意とするところ。あの子が何を言おうと、何を見せようと、あなたが信じる真実を決して脅かすことなどできないのです。それを忘れないで。
Be careful. Deception is what witches are best at. No matter what your opponent says or shows you, it will not be able to threaten the truth that you believe in. Don't forget that. I feel like this further encourages my theory that the red is only Beatrice's truth. I think Battler can still combat the red truth. It's just he doesn't seem to know it yet. Don't forget that.
お、そう何度も同じ手が通用してたまるかってんだ。出てこいよ、ベアトリーチェ。おっ始めようぜ。
Sure. As if I'd fall for the same moves over and over. Come on out, Beatrice. Let's get started.
すでに勝負のテーブルに着席しておるわ。わらわの手番もすでに終了しておる。
I am already seated at the table of the contest, and my turn is already complete.
マダムを敵に回すことになるとは。厄介ですね、お嬢様。手の内をだいぶ読まれますよ。
To think that we would end up having Madame as our foe. This will not be easy, milady. Our moves will be read thoroughly.
かまわん。お師匠様の指し手など、すでに時代遅れの皇帝よ。恐れるに足りぬわ。
I care not. By now, teachers' moves are all old-fashioned classics. There is nothing to fear.
あなたが私の教えた古典以上の何をさせるのか期待していますよ、ベアトリーチェ。
So, just what moves can you make beyond the classics I taught you? I look forward to seeing, Beatrice.
いいのか、バトラー。魔女を否定するそなたが魔女を軍師につけても。
You okay with this, Battler? Can someone who denies witches really accept a witch as a strategist?
くだらねえ挑発は無用だ。こいつは俺の相談役。いや、セコンドだ。ガチンコで殴り合うのは俺とお前だってことには何の変化もない。
Your stupid provocation is pointless. This is my advisor. No, my second. That doesn't change one bit that this is a fistfight between you and me.
わかっておる。よちよちのお前には自転車にも補助輪が必要だろう。好きにするがよい。さあ始めろ。お前の手番だ。
I understand. One as wobbly as yourself probably needs training wheels on his bicycle. Do as you like. Come, let us begin. It's your turn.
事件現場の再構築から始める。
I'm gonna start theorizing. Oh boy. New music.
アルギリア、早速頼む。
Let's begin with the reconstruction of the crime scene. Gilia, quickly, please.
最初の遺体発見はシャノンから屋敷内の1階客間より発見されました。 扉と窓は施錠され、密室を構成していました。
The first corpse discovered was Shannon's. She was found in the parlor on the first floor of the mansion. The door and windows were locked, and a closed room was established.
ベアトに説明要求。密室の定義を再確認。
Beato, I need some details. Let's reconfirm the definition of a closed room.
密室の定義は、内外の出入りが一切隔絶された室内を指す。当然、内外からの一切の侵入、脱出はおろか、干渉もできない。それは包括的に、隠し扉の否定、外部干渉の余地一切の否定を含む。以後、この定義を、ベアトリーチェの密室定義と呼称する。
Indeed, the term closed room refers to a room where the inside and the outside are completely cut off from each other. Naturally, it will be impossible to even affect things across that boundary line, much less enter or escape across it. This includes an all-inclusive denial of the existence of hidden doors, as well as all possibility of intervention from the outside. Henceforth, this shall be referred to as Beatrice's closed room definition.
細部確認。外部干渉の余地の定義とは。
Let's focus in a bit. How do you define all possibility of intervention from the outside?
外部から釣り糸やら長くて細い棒やらなどを使って直接的に干渉するあらゆる余地だ。つまり扉や窓にはそのような小細工を混ぜる隙間すらもないと判断せよ。
I refer to all types of direct intervention from the outside, such as using a fishing line or a long, thin rod. In conclusion, there are no gaps in the doors and windows through which such tricks will work.
どうかな？仮に隙間がなくても、リモコンなどの電波は干渉できるはずだぜ。
I wonder about that. Even if there wasn't a gap, you should be able to interfere with radio waves, like with a remote control, right?
よかろう。電波など、それに類する遠隔操作技術も干渉不可能であると定義に追加する。
Very well. I'll add to this definition that interference due to radio waves and related methods of remote control shall be impossible.
客間には内線電話もあるぜ。それと連動した仕掛けは遠隔操作にはならねえのか？
There's also an extension telephone in the parlor. A device connected to that would count as remote control, right?
電話はすでに使用不能だろうが。ああ、もう面倒だ。それも含めようぞ。直接間接のあらゆる方法で室外よりの密室内への干渉は不可能だ。
The phones are already unusable, are they not? Whatever. I'll include that too. All direct and indirect methods of interfering with the inside of the closed room from the outside of the room are impossible.
声やノックは密室に入らずに外部から干渉できるはずだぜ。
What about a voice or a knock? Those should be able to interfere from the outside without someone entering the room, right?
密室であっても声をかけることやノックは不可能ではなかろう。意思疎通の可否は密室の定義に反しない。
Even though it's a closed room, it probably isn't impossible for someone to knock or call out. The closed room definition does not cover whether transmission of intent across the boundary is possible or not.
つまり外部との伝達方法までは途絶していると定義できないんだな。
In other words, you can't make it so that your definition includes the blockage of all methods of communication with the outside?
そうなります。
That is indeed the case.
了解したぜ。シャノンちゃんの客間はそのベアトリーチェの密室定義を満たすってんだな。
Understood. So, Shannon Chan's parlor satisfies Beatrice's closed room definition, right?
その通り
だ。Correct.
密室定義了解した。ワルキリア、 続けてくれ。
Closed room definition understood. Continue, Virgilia.
はい。シャノンの遺体はマスターキー1本を所持。発見した親族がこれを回収。
Yes. Shannon's corpse was in possession of one master key. The relatives who discovered her collected this.
ベアトに復唱要求。今回のマスターキーの本数は？
Beato, repeat it. How many master keys this time?
前回と同じ。各使用人が1本ずつで5本だ。
The same as last time. There are 5, one for each servant.
ってことは密室にはまだならねえってわけさ。マスターキーはまだ4本余ってる。シャノンちゃんを殺害後、4本の鍵のいずれかで施錠するだけの話だ。
Which means that this still isn't a closed room. There are still 4 master keys left. It just means that after Shannon Shen was murdered, one of the other 4 keys locked it.
その通りでございます。そして見つかったのはマスターキーだけではありませんよ。
Correct. And it wasn't only a master key that was found.
はい。遺体のすぐ傍らに紋章入りの養鶏封筒が。中に手紙はなく、2階客室の鍵が入っていました。
Yes. Alongside the corpse, there was a Western envelope with the family crest. Instead of a letter, the key to a guest room on the second floor was inside it.
2階客室の鍵。それは2階客室の扉をマスターキー以外に唯一開けることができる鍵だという定義でいいのか。
Key to a second floor guest room. The only key other than the master key that can open the door to that second floor guest room. Is that definition correct?
問題ないぞ。そしてマスターキーと違い、その1本しかない。
Indeed, there is no problem. And unlike the master keys, only one of those exists.
つまりある特定の部屋を開けるにはその1本しかないというわけです。
In other words, apart from the 5 master keys, there will only be one key that can unlock certain rooms.
これはつまり次は2階客室へ行けというメッセージなのか。となると大人たちは2階客室へ移動したな。
In other words, this is a message telling them to go to the second floor guest room now. So the adults moved to the second floor guest room, right?
はい。2階客室の扉もまた施錠され、魔法陣が描かれていました。親族はシャノンの遺体脇より入手したその鍵によって開錠。室内にて熊沢の遺体を発見。室内は密室。定義はベアトリーチェの密室定義に準拠。
Yes. The door to the second floor guest room was locked, and a magic circle was drawn on it. The relatives unlocked it with the key they had found near Shannon's corpse. Inside, Kurosawa's corpse was discovered. It was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition.
熊沢はマスターキー1本を所持。これを親族が回収。そしてシャノン同様に遺体の傍らに養鶏封筒を発見。中には3階控え室の鍵が。親族は3階控え室へ移動。
Kurosawa was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this, and like in Shannon's case, there was a Western envelope discovered alongside her. Inside was the key to the third floor waiting room. The relatives moved to the third floor waiting room.
そして3階控え室の扉にも魔法陣でさらに施錠されていて、
So there was a magic circle on the door to the third floor waiting room, and that door was locked?
はい。室内にてゴーダの遺体を発見。室内は密室。ベアトリーチェの密室定義に準拠。
Yes. Inside the room, Goda's corpse was discovered. The room was a closed room, one that satisfied Beatrice's closed room definition.
ゴーダはマスターキー1本を所持。これを親族が回収。そしてこれまで同様に紋章入りの養鶏封筒を発見。中より2階貴賓室の鍵が。親族は2階貴賓室へ移動。
Goda was in possession of one master key. The relatives collected this, and like up until now, a western envelope with the family seal was discovered, inside of which was the key to the second floor VIP room. The relatives moved to the second floor VIP room.
何なんだこいつは。てめえ、何を企んでやがる。
What's going on here? What are you planning?
そう睨むほどのものでもあるまい。密室ではあるが、それを開けるマスターキーはまだ何本もあるではないか。律儀にマスターキー以外の固有の鍵も申請している。
There's no need to glare, is there? It may be a closed room, but there are still multiple master keys that can open it, correct? And besides the master keys, I've even given you keys specific to each room.
気に入らねえ展開だぜ。だが、展開は読めてきた。この調子で6人続いてくってわけか。
I don't like where this is going, but I'm starting to see how it'll turn out. So it continues like this for all 6 people?
はい、その通りです。2階貴賓室にて源氏の遺体を発見。マスターキー1本を回収。地下ボイラー室の鍵を発見。地下ボイラー室へ移動。地下ボイラー室にて金蔵の遺体を発見。礼拝堂の鍵を発見。
Yes, that is correct. Inside the second floor VIP room, Genji's corpse was discovered. One master key was collected. The key to the underground boiler room was discovered. They moved to the underground boiler room. Inside the underground boiler room, Inzo's corpse was discovered. The key to the chapel was discovered.
礼拝堂に移動。礼拝堂にてカノンの遺体を発見。マスターキー1本を回収。1階客間の鍵を発見。以上で6名の遺体発見の再構築を終了します。
They moved to the chapel. Inside the chapel, Canon's corpse was discovered. One master key was collected. The key to the first floor parlor was discovered. With this, our reconstruction of how all 6 corpses were discovered is complete.
補足です。金蔵の遺体の傍らで発見された養鶏封筒には礼拝堂の鍵と一緒に手紙が同封されておりました。手紙の内容はすでにご確認の通り、碑文の謎を解くよう改めて催促する内容です。
An addendum. Along with the key to the chapel, a letter was enclosed in the western envelope found near Kinzo's corpse. The contents of the letter were as you saw. It further urged the relatives to solve the riddle of the epitaph.
ってことは、なんだよこれ。最後のカノン君のところに一番最初のシャノンちゃんの客間の鍵があったってことは、密室が6つ数珠つなぎになってるってことなのか。
In that case, what's going on? If the last place where Canon was had the key to the very first room, the parlor where Shannon was, That makes 6 closed rooms, all tied together, right?
その通り。6つの密室が数珠つなぎになっておる。それぞれを解錠する鍵はそれぞれ隣り合う密室によって閉じ込められている。
That is correct. The 6 closed rooms are all tied together. The keys to unlock each one are all shut up inside the next room. I mean, you would only have to break one of the rooms. It's not like you have to break all 6.
つまり6つの密室が1つの巨大密室を形成し、その中に全てのマスターキーと固有鍵全てを閉じ込めてしまっているのだ。
In other words, the 6 closed rooms form one massive closed room, and all of the master keys, as well as the individual room keys, are shut up inside it. Or wait, let's think about this again. Yeah. I think that's right. Or wait. Yeah. So, someone, like, they were all killed, they have all the keys. Put the person here. Wait, would you have to break 2 rooms? Hold on. Kill somebody, put the key there. Kill somebody, put the key there. Kill somebody, put the key there. Or the key there. Somebody here, put the key here. Put it in there. Kill this person. Put the key for the room here. There. Yeah, because you would already have locked this room. So when you come around back here, well, I was just thinking from the perspective of whoever shuts them all up in there. So the person has all the bodies and all the keys. They leave a body and the key for the next room in there, and they lock up this room as they come out, and then they come around, finally putting the key for the original room in the last room. Yeah. Nice thinking music it is. Some pretty good thinking music. Yeah, so you'd only have to break one closed room theory. Or wait a minute. 6 closed rooms. Hold on. I'm having a thought, but it's struggling to come out. Oh, yeah. So how is it certain that they were killed in these rooms? Because wait. Let me think. Make sure. Let's see. When he puts the last key in here, he leaves the master room. Okay. Well, the question is then, how did he lock that one? Or wait, yeah. Wait, did I think of this wrong? Let's see. If you put the key for this, well, yeah, then you'd have the master key. You have master key. You have master key. Master key. Or yeah, you still have the master key, but then when you come out of that last room, how did he lock that one? Yeah. Okay, yeah, so the problem is still, if you can figure out how the body was put in there and the key were put in there on any one of these rooms, then you can break the rest of them. I think.
ちなみに6つの部屋の扉や窓はいずれも普通。オートロックのような鍵を使用せず施錠できるような仕掛けは存在しない。どうだよ、綺麗なもんだろ。
Furthermore, all of the doors and windows on the 6 rooms are normal. No device exists which can lock them without a key, such as an auto lock. What do you think? It's beautiful, isn't it?
ですからお嬢様、そのあたりに品がございます。
Once again, lady, that is not dignified. When Ronove rebuked her, Beato stuck her tongue out at him without showing any signs of shame.
悪い悪い。ついついバトラと遊んでると上機嫌になってしまうのでな。それでバトラ、お前の指し手はどうなんだよ。特に思いつかないんなら、わらわがヤギたちに遺体を運ばせて、魔法にて全ての扉を封じるところを特別に見せてやってもいいんだぜ。
Sorry. Playing with Battler just put me in such a good mood. So, Battler, what do you think of my move? If you can't think of anything in particular, I wouldn't mind showing you how I made the goats carry the corpses and seal all of the rooms with magic, okay?
好きにしろ。お前の主張する魔法説として拝聴しとく。だが俺はお前の主張とは全く異なる人間説をお前の主張に一切干渉されることなく主張することができる。
Do what you want. I'll listen respectfully to this magic theory you claim is true. However, I can claim my human theory, even though it's completely different from yours, without any interference from your claim.
それはつまりお前のざれ言に耳を貸す必要は何もないってことさ。好きに魔法の杖でも振るって七色の魔法で扉を閉めるところでも実演してろってんだ。隣でそのうちガマの油と万能包丁の実演も始まるぜ。
In other words, there's no need for me to pay attention to your bullshit. Go ahead and show me how you can lock the door with your multicolored magic simply by waving your magic staff. Just like those guys with their toad oil and all-purpose kitchen knives.
ワルギリア、事件現場を再構築。穴を探すぜ。全員は間違いなく死亡してるのか。誰かが死んだふりしてんならこんなの3つでも何でもねえ。
Oh, there. TXDPB, thank you for the follow. Yes, and welcome. What chapter am I in? I mean, we're in episode 3. As for chapter, I don't know. Let's see. We're doing the first 6 deaths of episode 3, and Battler is trying to figure out how they could possibly be killed by human means. Yeah, just after the first Twilight. Virgilia, let's reconstruct the crime scene. Search for a weakness. Were they all definitely dead? If one of them is just playing dead, this isn't a closed room at all. Rather just being or stop being pressed by the power of Brondu. The power of Brondu. Just where you stop? Nice.
Nice.
南條は全員の死亡を確認。ただし誤審率の否定は悪魔の証明により不可能。 つまり誰かが生きているのを南條が見逃した可能性をゼロにすることはできません。
Nanjo confirmed that all of them were dead. However, due to the devil's proof, it is impossible to deny the possibility of a wrong diagnosis. In other words, that child cannot make the likelihood that Nanjo overlooked them being alive equal to 0.
来たな、悪魔の証明か。だがそいつをぶった切る剣は存在する。
Here it is, that devil's proof. But there exists the sword that can carve that up.
なんだよあいつら。わらわをのけ者にして楽しそうだな。わらわは対戦者であるぞ。少しは構えというのに。
Howdy, Beatrice. What's up with them? Looks like they're having a good time, leaving me out of the discussion. I'm his opponent, am I not? Doesn't he have any time to spare for me?
本来チェスを対戦するのにあたり相手とのコミュニケーションは不要です。お嬢様は指し手以外のコミュニケーションによって煙に巻いていた。それに惑わされないということはつまりこういうことなのでしょう。
Fundamentally speaking, communication with one's opponent is necessary to the act of competing in chess. Or is not. Communication with one's opponent is not necessary to the act of competing in chess. Every time you've communicated with him outside of making your moves, you've used that opportunity to confuse him. Perhaps this is the result of him not wanting to be led astray.
なぜだか納得がいかぬ。
For some reason, I don't like it.
お嬢様はチェスを挑んでいるはずではないのですか？
You are challenging him to a chess match, are you not?
それもそうだが。
That's true, but... Beatrice puffed out her cheeks, as though to say, I don't know why, but I don't like it.
警察未介入の現場につき、人間側からの検証は限界があります。厳密な死亡確認のため、復唱要求することを推奨します。
Because the police have not yet arrived at the crime scene, the human side's ability to inspect the scene is limited. For a strict confirmation of death, I recommend that you have that child repeat it in red.
よっしゃ、ここで叩くぜ。復唱要求だ。被害者6人は全員死亡している。
Okay, that's where I'll strike. Repeat it. The 6 victims are all dead.
お嬢様、復唱要求が出ておりますよ。
She's definitely jealous. Milady, he has told you to repeat something in red, has he not?
おい、ぼんやりするな。復唱拒否か？ここからが戦闘開始だ。
Hey, enough lazing around. Do you refuse to repeat it? This is where our battle starts.
おったとったすまぬすまぬ。いいぞ、応じるぞ。
What was that? Sorry, that's fine. I'll answer.
金蔵、源氏、シャノン、カノン、ゴーダ、熊沢の6人は死亡している。
These 6 are all dead. Hinzo, Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Goda, and Kumasawa. In red.
何をぼんやりしてるんだか。よし、まずは一つ引き出したぞ。死んだふりって王道はまず否定されたな。
Why are you so out? Okay. So I've already got one out of you. to start by denying that classic trick where the victims are playing dead.
もはや手加減などせぬぞ。好きなだけ来るがよい。次々斜め切りにしてくれるわ。
I won't go easy on you anymore. Come at me how you like. I'll slice them slantwise one after another.
続けて副将要求。6つの部屋には誰も隠れていない。俺たちが認識していない人物の存在を否定してみせろ。
Then repeat this. No one is hiding in any of the 6 rooms. Let's see you deny the existence of people we aren't aware of.
大ずる。6つの部屋には誰も隠れていない。
I'll answer. There is no one hiding in the 6 rooms.
よし、これで6人だけの缶詰は確定だな。そして死んだふりもない。
Okay. Now I'm sure it's only the 6 of them in the can. And they aren't pretending to be dead.
どうするどうする？
It's in the can.
人間にはもはやどうしようもないであろうが、おとなしくわらわが素敵な魔法で鍵を自由自在にするところをひざまずいて拝見しろよ。
What will you do? What will you do? As if a human could manage anything by now. Obediently kneel to the fact that I can control locks at will with my wonderful magic. Okay?
寝言言ってろ。さらに副将要求だ。6人の死亡は即死である。
Quit babbling. Repeat this too. The 6 deaths were instant deaths.
即死？ほう。どういう意味だそれは。
Instant deaths? Oh, what do you mean by that?
犠牲者の一人が瀕死の状態で部屋まで逃げ延び、内側から施錠して密室を作った後、息絶えた可能性もあるということですよ。
It means there's a possibility that a single victim on the verge of death managed to escape into the room. And after locking it from the inside to create a closed room, they passed away.
密室殺人の古典ですか。致命傷を与え、しばらく後に死ぬことを確実とした場合、犠牲者が殺人者から逃れるために部屋にこもり、施錠後に死亡したなら、予期せずして密室が構成されることはあり得ます。
A classic closed room murder trick. One requiring that the victim receive a fatal wound and then die later. It is possible for a closed room to be constructed unexpectedly if the victim holes up inside the room to escape the murderer, and then dies after locking the door.
その可能性を否定するには、赤き真実にて6人は即死であったことを宣言する必要がありますよ。
In order to deny that possibility, you will need to proclaim that the 6 died instantly with the red truth.
よかろうよかろう。赤き宝刀にて切り伏せよう。6人は即死であった。即死とはつまり攻撃を受けて即座に行動不能になったという意味だ。
Very well, very well. I'll slay you with my red treasured sword. The 6 died instantly. Out in red. By died instantly, I mean the targets instantly became incapable of action after being attacked.
まあ、完全な意味での死亡には数秒、もしくは数分をかけたかもしれん。だがいずれにせよ、自らの意志で何かの行動を取ることは完全に不可能であった。その意味において即死と断言できる。
Well, it might have taken them several seconds or minutes to die in the complete sense of the word. But regardless, it was completely impossible for them to take any actions of their own will. In that sense, I can confirm that they suffered instant deaths.
ここまでは古典の確認だ。お前との密室対決はここからだぜ。犯人は内側にいないなら外にいる。そして外からどうにかして彼らを殺したんだ。
Up until this point, I've just been checking for the classic tricks. Now's when our showdown over the closed rooms really start, okay? If the culprit isn't on the inside, they're on the outside. So they somehow killed from outside the rooms.
何を血迷うか。密室イコール外部からの殺害は不可能であろうが、故に魔法殺人しかありえない。
Have you lost your mind? After all, a closed room means that murder is impossible from the outside, right? That's why only a magical murder would be possible.
いや違うね。殺人は現に起こったイコール密室ではないが正しいのさ。
No, that's wrong. The right approach is a murder really happened means that it isn't a closed room.
お前がどう煙に巻こうと、これは断じて密室じゃない。密室に見えるだけのまがいものだ。
No matter how much you try to trick me, this definitely isn't a closed room. It's a sham that only looks like one.
しかしバトラ様、室内には犠牲者しかおらず、それ以外の人物は室内には存在しておりません。そしてお嬢様の密室定義により、外部からの遠隔殺人も明確に否定されておりますよ。
However, Batmo-sama, and then in red, only the victims are inside the rooms, and no other people exist inside the rooms. End red. And by Milady's closed room definition, remote murders from outside the room have been clearly denied, have they not?
まあちな、遠隔殺人の定義は広大だぜ。何も部屋の外から釣り糸を引っ張って、そんなのばかりじゃねえ。例えばトラップだって立派な遠隔殺人だ。
Wait, the definition of remote murders is pretty broad, right? It's not just about pulling a fishing line from outside the room and strangling the victim inside the room. For example, a trap would make for an excellent remote murder.
トラップ？ほう、それは何か。
A trap? Oh, and what might that be? One moment. Okay, I'm back.
一例だが、彼らにあらかじめ決められた部屋に入り、内側から施錠して自ら密室を作り出すように指示を出す。そして室内には彼らがそれとは知らないトラップが仕掛けられており、それによって彼らは殺された。どうだ、これなら矛盾は生じない。
Just as an example, let's say they were instructed to enter rooms that someone had picked out beforehand, and lock the doors from the inside to create the closed rooms themselves. A trap was set up in those rooms that they didn't know about, and that's what killed them. How's that? That doesn't contradict anything.
問題ありません。現状と整合します。
There are no problems. It corresponds to the existing state.
当方も問題ありませんよ。 お嬢様の密室定義にも抵触しません。
There are no problems on our side either. It does not conflict with Milady's closed room definition.
なんだその間抜けな推理は。いずれの室内にも不審なものは発見されなかったぞ。そのトラップはどのような形状なのか、どこに隠してあってどう作動したというのか、それを6人分、客間、客室、控室、貴賓室、ボイラー室、礼拝堂の6つで説明してみせよ。どうだ、できまい。
What's with that stupid reasoning? Nothing suspicious was found in any of the rooms, right? What form did that trap have? Where was it hidden, and how did it operate? Explain that for all 6 of them. In the parlor, the guest room, the waiting room, the VIP room, the boiler room, and the chapel. Well, you can't, can you?
反論拒否。それを説明する必要はねえ。にもかかわらず、俺の主張は揺るがない。
I refuse to counter that. There's no need for me to explain. And failing to do so doesn't damage my claim.
なんだと？
What did you say?
ベアトリーチェ、悪魔の証明ですよ。そのトラップの形状を説明できないことがすなわちトラップ否定の理由にはなり得ない。
Beatrice, it's a devil's proof. The fact that he cannot explain the nature of the trap does not in itself deny the existence of such a trap.
うまい。強引ながら見事な一手です。
Well done. While overbearing, a wonderful move.
すっかり手慣れおって。
This guy's getting completely used to this.
チェック。発見できていない殺人トラップ X により、この密室殺人は成立可能だ。
Check. Due to murder trap X that we couldn't find, it'd be possible to establish this closed room murder.
赤き真実にてそのチェックを切る。6人はトラップで殺されてはいない。
I'll kill that check with the red truth. The 6 were not killed by traps.
トラップの定義は
And the definition of a trap?
あれだ。犠牲者が勝手に引っかかって発動するやつとかだ。それだけじゃない。リモコンで発動するとかタイマーで発動するとか、そういうのもろもろ全部含めたやつだ。
Oh, that's it. Something that activates when a victim triggers it on their own. Oh, and that's not all. It also includes things activated by remote control or by a timer. Everything of that sort. Is that gonna fly? Really shifted the balance of these? Yeah.
仕掛け人が直接関与することなしに殺人を遂行できるすべての仕掛けという定義でよろしいかと思いますよ。
So, it refers to all arrangements that could carry out a murder without the direct participation of the one who planned it out. Perhaps we might sum it up that way. But why was she so flustered?
どうだ、切り返したぞ。人間にこの密室が破れてたまるか。
How's that? I've struck back, as if I'd let a human crush this closed room. Yeah, it's good to see her suffer.
お前も勝つために必死だな。
You're looking pretty frantic to win too.
どういう意味だ？
What? What do you mean?
お前は自分の存在を俺に認めさせようと必死に戦ってる。今まで俺は一方的にお前にいじられてるだけだと思ってた。
You're frantically fighting to make me accept your existence. Until now, I thought I was just being toyed around with by you one-sidedly.
しかし実際は違った。お前もまた俺の切り返しに必死に抗い、自分の俺はよ、今ようやく実感してるぜ。
But that's not actually true. You're also frantically resisting my counters, fighting to show that you exist. Now, I finally feel like that's true. Finally really feel that it's true. This isn't torture inflicted on me over whether I'll surrender or not.
俺とお前の対等な戦いなんだ。さて、面白くなってきたぜ。6人は密室で死に、部外者は中に誰もいない。そして外部からはちょっかいは一切出せず。これまでの俺だったら、これはもう魔法の仕業しかありえねえだろうと思うだろうよ。
This is a fight between you and me on an even footing. Okay, now it's starting to get interesting, isn't it? All 6 died in closed rooms, and no outsiders were inside. And there was no meddling from the outside, and also no traps. Up until now, I'd probably start suspecting that this had to be the work of magic.
このタイミングでお前におかしな魔法を実演されたら、そりゃ屈服もしてただろうさ。これがお前の得意戦術だ。俺の指し手を全て迎撃しきり、俺が万策尽きたと膝をつく。心の防御力が弱るその瞬間に、これ見よがしにおかしな魔法を見せつけて、一気に勝負を持っていく。
And if you decided to show off some bizarre magic at this moment, I might even have surrendered. It's that favorite strategy of yours. You intercept all my moves, and in the moment I've exhausted all options and fallen to my knees, when my heart's barriers are at their weakest, you show off some strange magic and take the game all at once.
昔から短気な性分で、勝ちの目が見えると焦る悪い癖は相変わらずです。
That short temper is something this child has always had, along with a bad habit of rushing things when victory is in sight.
お嬢様はお預けができない性分ですから。
After all, Milady cannot stand putting off a match.
うるさいうるさいぞ。バトラの手番であるぞ。そなたが進めたトラップの駒はわらわが赤にて切り捨てた。次は何を繰り出すのか、存分に来るがよい。
Hey, shut up, shut up. It's Battler's turn, right? I finished off that trap piece you advanced. What should I repeat next? Show me what you've got.
おっ、トラップまで潰され、一見こいつは完全な密室犯罪に見える。だからこそここでチェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。
Right. Now that even traps have been defeated, this looks like a perfect closed room murder at a glance. And that's why I'll spin the chessboard around right now. Time to spin.
来たな、そなたの得意技よ。何をどうひっくり返せるというのか、見せてみろ。
Here it comes, that special technique of yours. How exactly are you going to spin what around? Try showing me.
ああ、見せてやる。いかにして密室の中の6人を外から殺すかを考えるんじゃない。ああ、ダメだダメだ、全然ダメだ。そうさ、 どうやって外から殺すかじゃない。どうやって中で死んで密室にするかなんだ。
Yeah, I'll show you. I don't need to think of how 6 people could be killed inside closed rooms from the outside. Ah, it's useless. It's useless. It's all useless. That's right. The question isn't how you can kill from the outside the rooms. The point is how they died inside the rooms, making them closed rooms.
そうさ、これが答えなのさ。犠牲者6人の中に犯人が含まれていたと考えれば、この密室は極めて容易に説明できる。
That's it. This is the answer. If you assume that one of the 6 victims was the culprit, this closed room can be explained extremely easily.
何？バカな。その6人は死んだとはっきりわらわは赤で言ったはず。
What? Ridiculous. I believe I clearly said in red that the 6 of them were dead.
死んだのは6人。犠牲者は殺された5人。もう1人は自殺だったと仮定すれば、この密室は打ち破れる。
Oh, there were 6 deaths. 5 were victims who got killed. But if you assume that the other person committed suicide, you can destroy this closed room. Oh, I think he might win this. Because Genji killed Shannon and Cannon at the very least. Or well, yeah.
確かに犯人が最後の密室に自ら入って施錠し、自らの命を絶てばこの連鎖密室は成立します。
Certainly. If the culprit locked themselves in the final closed room and threw away their own life, this closed room chain could be established.
犯人の自殺。普通では考えられない一手ですが、考えられないから存在しないは存在しない。そしてその動機を立証する義務は彼にない。魔女とのチェスでしか使えない実に力強い一手。
The suicide of the culprit. Normally, it would be an unthinkable move, but the argument that the unthinkable cannot exist, cannot be used. And he has no responsibility to demonstrate a motive. A truly powerful move, which can only be used in a chess match against a witch.
まあ動機がないとは言い切れませんね。例えば金蔵は余命があとわずかと宣告されています。残りわずかの生を惜しまず自らの死をメッセージとしたという動機づけも不可能ではないかもしれません。お嬢様、こちらの手番ですよ。
Well, one cannot be certain that there was no motive. For example, it has been announced that Kinzo only had a short time left to live. Perhaps he did not regret losing his short remaining life and used his own death to send a message. It might be possible to attach such a motive. Milady, it's our turn.
まさか死者の尊厳を踏みにじってまで犯人を生み出してくるとはな。
I'm gonna say them. Thank you for the hydrant. How you doing? Spark Don, you're to dominate railway. Dominate. Nice. Good to go now. It's 1 a.m. next school tomorrow. Okie dokie. Well, thanks again for the follow, and I hope you have a good rest. I'm probably going to end here soon myself. I try not to go past midnight, and it's 5 of currently. Yeah. Have a good one, PXD. Doing good. I'm doing good. Went to the chiropractor earlier. Just relaxed. got a little bit done. Bad. Had a pretty good Easter weekend here. Pretty chill. Went to visit my grandma and had a bit of Easter lunch. Yep, 99 followers. One more. Be careful with chiropractors or student sites. I mean, I sort of grew up around a lot of people with that sentiment, and I myself had a bit of that sentiment as well, but I mean, like, the more I think about it, it does make sense. I think chiropractic makes sense. Like, especially with how my back was. Like, basically the doctors kept giving me epidurals for I have a herniated disc, or actually 2 or maybe like 2.5 herniated discs. But they gave me epidurals, and like when I was younger the epidurals worked, but more recently here they have not been working, and like I got a few with a few months between in a row, and these did not help. And really an epidural is to sort of like reduce swelling and reduce pain, but that's not going to help get my back in order. And I mean, it makes sense to slowly move the skeleton back to where it should be through chiropractic, in my eyes. I mean, I know some people got paralyzed, or I have heard about people getting paralyzed from it, but I mean, I've only heard that through word of mouth. I haven't really seen much about people getting paralyzed from it. I imagine there's probably a few, and especially if the chiropractor does not have the amount of hours of study that they should. At the very least, don't trust them handling your neck. Well, I mean, they usually do stuff with my neck, and I've been to them 29 times. And they're usually pretty full. Honestly, looking at just how busy they are over the, well, however long they've been in business, I mean, I think that's pretty good proof that they at least do a good enough job that they don't get sued. Yeah, and it does seem to be helping. There's also that. Oh. There has been a lot of stigma for a long time about chiropractors, and I don't think chiropractic is the answer to everything, but my back is not in a good shape, including partially my neck. And I think it's going to take more than like epidurals and just physical therapy to help with that. Anyway, like I said, it seems to be helping. Where were we here? But I mean, thank you for your concern. It's just, I don't know. From what I can see, they seem to do a good job. At least the people that I'm going to. Like I said, if you go to a chiropractor, you want to make sure that like they're qualified. Because I don't doubt there are people out there trying to do chiropractic, and they're not prepared to do chiropractic. But yeah, I think it's also important to see with your own eyes, or do your own research and all that, and think for yourself. Because like I said, there's been a lot of stigma against chiropractors, and the stigma tends to self-propagate. Yeah. Oh yeah, speaking about times, I just want to get my full thought out there. But yeah, I do want to get this scene over so that I can finish and maybe grab a bite to eat here. Let's see. Indeed. To think you'd trample even the dignity of the dead to create a culprit. What a heartless, cold-blooded man.
死者を犯人に仕立て上げる。この非道なる一手は前回のゲームでお前がカノン君を陥れた一手だ。この手でお前に一矢報いることが、ゲームは異なるが、あの時のカノン君への手向けだ。
I'll set up the dead as the culprit. This worse than inhuman move is the one you used to attack Canon-kun in the last game. Even though the games are different, I'm taking a shot back at you with this move, as a tribute to Canon-kun for that time. Not sure how long this one goes for that. I mean, it seems like this isn't going to go on much longer. Somebody's got a break. Just now, I've freed that Canon-kun from his regrets. Also, I gotta say, I don't really get his logic here. Setting up the dead as a culprit. Well, yeah, I don't see how that really avenges canon. Battler gymnastics. Strike again. Yep.
ここで手を休める義理はありませんよ。全員の死因が自殺でないことを確認すべきです。副将の要求を推奨します。
You have no responsibility to hold back here. You should try to confirm that suicide wasn't the cause of any of their deaths. I recommend that you have that child repeated in red.
ああ、だが自殺なんて甘い言い方じゃ追い詰められねえぜ。ベアト、こいつで詰めだ。副将要求。6人は全員他殺である。
Right, but suicide's a naive word that won't corner her. Beato, this'll stop you. Repeat it. The 6 deaths were all homicides.
これは痛いですね。
That is painful.
Ah? どうしたよ。6人が殺されたんだろう。最も単純な一番最初の前提の確認でしかないぜ。復唱できねえのか？
What's wrong? All 6 of them were killed, right? I'm just confirming that simple premise we've had since the very beginning, right? Can't you repeat it?
復唱を拒否する。理由は特にない。
I refuse to repeat it. There's no reason in particular.
ここでの復唱拒否は リザインと同じ意味だぜ。
You realize that refusing to repeat this part is the same as resigning, right?
チェックメイト。6人の中に犯人がいて、密室構築後に自殺を図った。以上だ。
Checkmate. One of the 6 was the culprit, and they planned to commit suicide after constructing the closed room. That's all.
待て。いや、言う。望み通り赤を行使するぞ。6人は誰も自殺していない。どうだ、これで満足か。切り返したぞ、切り返した。
Wait. No, I'll say it. I'll use the red like you want. None of the 6 committed suicide. How's that? Are you satisfied? Oh yeah, none of the 6 committed suicide was in red. I've struck back.
なんだよ、言えるじゃねえかよ。だがおかしいな。なんであんなに狼狽してるんだ。
What the hell? So you can say it. But that's strange. Why are you so panicked? What can he exploit here? I mean, if none of them commit suicide, then there's not really a way for him to break that closed room. The 6 deaths were all homicide. And she confirmed that there were no suicides. Deaths were all homicide. And not suicide. I can't think of it. Hopefully Battler can pick it out.
気のせいよ。わらわも今回は必死でな。そう心にゆとりもないのだ。深く気にするでない。
It's your imagination. This time, even I'm feeling the pressure. That's right. I don't have any leeway. Pay it no mind.
「要求した副賞が改ざんされていますよ。ごまかされないように。
The line you asked that child to repeat has been altered. Do not be fooled.
ダメみたいですよ、お嬢さん。
It seems not to have worked, milady.
そうか。6人全員他殺とは言ってない。6人全員自殺にあらずとこいつは言い換えた。
Oh, well, that's right. Battler didn't want to say suicide for some reason because something about the wording. Yeah. I still can't quite understand what the wording change is.
ということは、他殺でも自殺でもない人間が混じっているということだ。ああ、わかったぜ、わかった。これが真相だ。
That's right. He didn't say the 6 deaths were all homicides. He changed it to none of the 6 committed suicide, which means that one of them wasn't killed by someone else and didn't commit suicide. Huh? One of them wasn't killed by someone else and didn't... Oh, yeah. Okay. My brain is sluggish. I've got it. This is the truth.
6人の中に潜む犯人 X は5人を殺害後密室を構築した。そしてそこから何かの方法で逃れるか隠れるかするつもりだったんだ。
Culprit X, who was hiding among the 6, murdered the other 5 and then set up a closed room. After that, they planned to escape or hide in that room by some method.
ところが事故った。本人すらも想定しない理由により事故死し、自ら望まない密室殺人を構築したんだ。これで決まりだぜ、ベアトリーチェ。チェックメイトだ。
However, they got in an accident. The culprit died from an accident that even they hadn't expected, setting up a closed-room murder that even they hadn't desired. Now it's over, Beatrice. Checkmate. I mean, that does make a little more sense, but still... How would they die from it? Well, I mean, all we have to say is in the realm of possibilities. Okay. Although, if it's confirmed here, then it has to be the truth. So how did they die from an accident? What did they do? We may never know.
その程度でわらわが追い詰められると思うか。この程度でリザインを叫ぶものか。その愚かなチェックメイト、わらわの赤き宝刀にて何度でも叩き切ってくれようぞ。6人の中に事故死は。
Damn it! Did you think I'd be cornered by something like that? I'd never announce my resignation over something like that. I'll slice up that foolish checkmate with my red treasured sword over and over again. None of the 6 died in accidental... Hold up, that's not in red. Wait, is it not in red because she can't say it in red? Or because Ronove stopped her? Darn it, Ronove. My apologies. We request some time to strategize. Please allow us a brief postponement on this matter.
正当な要求です。問題ないかと。
It's a fair request. Perhaps you should accept it.
ああ、評価するぜ。俺も今まで散々そいつをもらってる。今度はお前がそれを使う番だぜ。
Sure, take a break. I've been given those a lot lately. Now it's your turn to take one.
ありがとうございます。さあ、お嬢様、こちらへ。そして、心の中で静かに数字を100数えましょう。
Thank you very much. Come, lady, this way, and let us quietly count the 100 inside our heads. I think I heard a Ronove in there. Ronove quickly covered Beato's mouth with his hand as she grew thoroughly panicked and agitated, suspending the game. Also thought you did. He pulled Buto away, supposedly to hold a strategy conference.
くそ。あの悪魔の執事め。ベアトが熱くなってる今が追い込む絶好のチャンスだったんだが。
Damn, that demon butler. When Beato got all hot, I had a perfect chance to count that, to corner her. Beato normally acted like she was graceful and above it all, but she actually had a really short temper and got mad easily. Not an accident, no suicide, maybe it's all homicides after all. Yeah, like... It's strange though, I don't know. Yeah, why hesitate, refuse, yeah. Her usual intellect had less of a voice when she got excited.
ロノウェイは冷静ですね。おそらくあの子に頭を冷やす時間を与えたのでしょう。あの子はあなたのチェックを外すことに意地になり、いくつかの大駒をやすやすと見捨てようとしていた。第一の番など、所詮は前哨戦。あの子は引き際を誤りかけた。
Ronove certainly is thinking clearly. He probably gave your opponent some time to cool down. That child grew too stubborn trying to remove your check, and was about to easily let several large pieces go. After all, the first twilight is only a skirmish. The correct move at that time would have been to withdraw.
つまり、どういうことだよ。俺のチェックメイトは成立したのかしないのか
So, what does it mean? Did I reach checkmate or didn't I?
あの子は赤を宣言しかけていました。チェックメイトにはまだならないでしょう。しかしおそらく、頭を冷やしたあの子はリザインを宣言するに違いありません。
That child was about to say something in red. You probably wouldn't have reached checkmate yet. But most likely, you can expect our opponents to resign once they've cooled their heads.
まさか、あの負けず嫌いがか
You're joking. Even though she hates losing that much?
ええ。負け戦は1秒でも早く兵を引き上げ、いかに損失を減らすかが肝要です。難しいのは、それが負け戦であるかどうかを測ること。あの子の執事は、それを冷静に判断したようです。
Yes. In a losing battle, it is essential to withdraw your troops as soon as possible to try and minimize your losses. The difficult part is gauging whether it's a losing battle or not. Your opponent's butler seems to have calmly made that decision.
やれやれ。つまり、あと一息のところで逃げられたってわけだな。ビシッと。
Oh well. In other words, she managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Getting checkmate and delivering the final blow won't be that easy for me.
でも、これはあなたの勝ちだと判断してよいでしょう。向こうはギリギリで大きな損失を踏みとどまったようですが、それでもかなりのダメージを与えたに違いありません。その傷の深さは、あの子の狼狽ぶりから十分理解できたはずですよ。
However, you should count this as your victory. It seems they barely managed to prevent a large loss, but they certainly sustained considerable damage. The scale of that child's panic ought to make the depths of that wound quite clear to you.
だな。これ以上いじめたら泣き出しちまいそうだぜ。
Seriously. It feels like she'd start crying if I bullied her anymore. As we talked, Ronove returned with Beato, who wore a meek expression. She didn't yet have her usual bold smile, but it looked like the blood wasn't rushing to her head anymore.
よう、 お前の手番だぜ。次の一手は決まったかよ。
Hey, it's your turn. Did you decide on your next move?
リザインだ。この場はお前に勝ちを譲る。
I resign. For now, I will let you have your victory. Beato told me that frankly. It seemed she'd taken a far-sighted view, as though saying, if you want to laugh, then laugh. It was a bit of a killjoy, and I lost my desire to deliver the final blow.
お前がリザインしたってのは、俺の説もお前の説も、互いが相手を否定できないイーブンって意味だからな。負けってよりは、引き分けって意味で受け取っとくぜ。
Well, now that you've resigned, that just means we're even, since my theory and yours can't deny each other. Should treat it more like a tie than a loss.
気持ち悪い同情などいらぬわ。この場はわらわの負けだと言っておる。そなたには雨に濡れた犬を、さらに棒で叩く趣味があるというのか。
I don't need your disgusting sympathy. I'm telling you that I lost this round. When you find a dog drenched with rain, do you have a sudden urge to whack it with a stick or something?
ねえよ。お前と違ってな。
No, I'm not you. Even though she ridiculed me horribly when I showed signs of defeat, this is the best she's got when the tables are turned. I did feel that was pretty cowardly of her, but I decided to act with dignity as the victor and let it slide. Beato resigned. That's the one result of the first twilight. Beatrice couldn't counter my move of one of the six was the culprit, and that person died in an accident. No, she probably could have countered it, but for some strategic reason, she admitted defeat. It felt less like I'd won, and more like I'd let her slip away at the last second. In a chess match with a witch, battles can be fought solely with pieces known as X, which require no detailed explanations. Thanks to the Devil's Proof, I could create as many strange fictions as I wanted, and use them as fighters in our argument. But that only works in a chess match with a witch. In our human world, you can't use such abstract theories to explain things. This first twilight was a chain of 6 closed rooms. It certainly may have been possible for a human. Beatrice wasn't able to deny all possibilities. However, I don't have a clue who committed the crime, or why, or how they actually did it. It may seem strange to hear me saying this after I won, but for some reason, I felt like I'd have been more satisfied if Beatrice had been able to say definitively that it was impossible for humans. I managed to avoid specifics using an abstract piece called X, but I couldn't deny the sense that some eerie intent must never be known was filling up this entire mansion. There we go. 2 chapters today, pretty nice.
Nice!
We come ever closer to the truth. Yet it is still far away. And that's where I'm going to end for tonight. Next week, a lot of talking, you sure? Oh boy. So, in the meantime, if there's anybody new to the stream hanging out here, and you're interested in social media, we've got links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter below the channel under the socials banner. Or you can type into chat !Discord, YouTube, or Twitter. And Otavio is on that. Thank you very much. Let's see. Yeah, more Guardian Tales tomorrow, and probably Thursday as well. Let's see. Just in case anybody new is hanging around and you're interested in Umineko, I do Umineko every Monday and Lobotomy Corporation every Friday. Currently working on Guardian Tales World 16 on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I might get that done this week. I don't know. I'm like, I think it said 42% through the world. We'll see. But anyway, I'm gonna head out for tonight. In the meantime, thanks for being here. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. And I'll see you around. Bye-bye.